Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live trial day with me, Grizzly K. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we are here to watch day 4 of the Tanner Horner trial happening in Fort Worth, Texas. We are in the penalty phase of the trial. During the first phase of the trial, we actually would have heard a lot of this evidence twice if there was a phase 1 and 2. But anyway, in the first phase of the trial, Tanner Horner decided to plead guilty on day 1, which means that now we are in the penalty phase where the jury will hear a lot of evidence and then have to deliberate on what they believe the outcome should be. Should the sentencing be life without parole or the death sentence? Even though he pleaded guilty, he can't say, okay, and I accept the death penalty. He can't do that. That's not legal. That's why we're doing phase 2. We're on day 4 of the second phase, penalty phase, and the state said this could be a few weeks of evidence to present to the jury. All right, so let me bring up the court feed for us. Please like and share so others can also find us as we are live. We start late on purpose for those that are new here so that we can skip over breaks and things like that. Just from the little bit that I've seen, it does seem like they are redacting quite a few things today as well. So, you know, like maybe the disturbing audio, I gather they could be redacting that. So we might actually have some unforeseen breaks today as well. But let's have a look. Let me bring up the feed for us, put the sound on, and off we go. And happy Friday, everyone. There's the defendant, 34-year-old Tanner Horner. My goodness. Selena K, thank you for being a member for 14 months and for sharing pink hearts for Athena. There's no sound yet. Gonna go forward. Okay. Now it's time.
Everyone may be seated. Good morning. We're ready to proceed. Stay ready to proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Special Agent Ross.
Good morning.
Going to kind of bring us back to kind of where we finished off yesterday. I believe you finished, you had just got done going over the evidence that was collected and seized at Tanner Horner's residence. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At that point, we were on December 2nd of 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to bring us ahead to December 5th of 2022. Did you and your team do any additional crime scene searches or evidence collection on that day?
Yes, we did. We were called back out to to Wise County to assist with searching 2 FedEx vans that they had seized as part of the investigation.
And you say 2 FedEx vans. Why were there 2 vans?
One of them was the van that he was arrested in, that he had been driving after the abduction, and then the other van was believed to be the van that he abducted Athena in.
If in my question, if I refer to one van as the arrest van and one van as the abduction van, would that make sense to you for evidence purposes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I believe that you guys did the arrest van first. Can you tell me what you and your team did with regards to the arrest van?
Sure. So from the information that we had, the arrest van was not, we didn't believe that it was part of the actual abduction and murder, so we didn't feel it needed a forensic search from the standpoint of hairs and fibers and DNA. So that van had some other items in it that we were interested in, one being the SD card to see the movements of the van and the cameras on the van. So we removed the SD card, and then we also there was a package scanner in there that FedEx employees use for scanning packages as they deliver them or receive them, and we collected that as well.
And did you have a warrant to search this van?
We did, yes. We had a state warrant.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 88 through 94. And do you recognize these?
I do, yes. These are, as I talked about with the residents before we do any search, we take entry photos, and it's no different for a vehicle or a van like this. We would take take entrance photos. We would take exterior entrance photos of the whole van around to include the license plate and the VIN.
And did you personally take these photos?
I did not.
And were you there when these photos were taken and present at the scene?
Yes. So as entry photos, as I explained yesterday, entry photos are taken in conjunction with an initial walkthrough with the team leader, which I was the team leader for this search. So I would have been standing right next to or behind the photographer.
And I know you've previously reviewed these photos, correct?
Correct.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the search that you guys did and the evidence that was collected?
They do.
And obviously, these are not the entire amount of photos that you guys took.
Correct.
This is a limited number.
Yes, this is just a select few.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this time, the state opted the evidence, State's Exhibit 88 through 94.
No objection, sir. State's Exhibits 88 through 94 are admitted.
Thank you.
Deborah says, I wonder if they picked their own van in the morning and if he chose another the next day. He actually chose the same van on purpose the next day, which the state referred to as him driving around with the crime scene that next day. So remember, Athena was abducted November 30th of 2022 and murdered. And on December 1st then, I think he would have wanted that specific van and then done a little cleanup. And then they talk now about a second van, which is the arrest van. He was arrested on December 2nd of 2022. So for November 30th and December 1st, he used one van. And then clearly December 2nd, he couldn't get that. I'm sure he would have just kept asking for the same van, right? But maybe that would have looked way too suspicious.
Judge, may we publish?
Yes, ma'am.
We are showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 88. Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
So this would have been one of the what we call the entry photos for prior to searching the van. As with the residents, we would have wanted to capture some identifying information. Excuse me. With that separates this van from any other van. So in this picture, you can see the license plate clearly displayed.
And the license plate, can you read that license plate number?
I can. G is in Golf, C is in Charlie, P is in Papa, 0468.
And is that license plate, I think we refer it usually to the last four, that 0468, is that associated with the arrest van?
Yes, it is.
Can you publish State's Exhibit 92? State's Exhibit 92. What are we looking at here?
The velocitor system. I always remember velocitor because it sounds like a velociraptor, like a dinosaur, but it's not. It's just a company, Velocitor, that's got these. They supply all the cameras to FedEx, is what they said, to the FedEx vans, right? And that captured Athena in the van, and then he covered the camera, but it still recorded the audio, right? Mm-hmm.
So this would be the van's, I believe, surveillance system that kind of the, I'm not a computer person, but kind of the brains of the surveillance system.
And is this where an SD and a SIM card would be for that camera system?
Yes.
Can you publish State's Exhibit 93? And what are we looking at here?
So this is the SD card that was collected from that arrest van.
And if you zoom in a little bit, is there a specific number listed on that SD card?
There's the size, the 128 gigabyte, and there's also what appears to be either a serial number or I think we called it a serial number.
And I'm going to go ahead and show you what has been admitted as State Exhibit 94. And what are we looking at here?
So this would be the back side, the opposite side of both of those objects. We always take a front and a back if it's a kind of a two-sided object.
And was this the SD card and SIM card that you collected? That you and your team, and the seizing agent, is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 95. Have you seen this item before?
Yes.
Can you tell me what that is?
So this is the SD card that's photographed. Just make sure. It's photographed in Exhibit 93.
Is there a license plate number listed on that item at any point?
No, there's not. Actually, up here in the corner. I'm sorry. Normally it's down there, but yes, it is up there in the upper right corner.
And what does that say?
It identifies it to that vehicle that we also have the photograph of, as well as the date.
Is that 0468?
It is, yes.
And can you publish State's Exhibit 93?
Just quickly pause. MSS 1974 say, girl, this is Texas. He will get the death penalty. Not guaranteed, hey. We thought Burgos Aviles would get the death penalty because he stabbed his girlfriend and his own son, an infant, and he stabbed his son in the heart. Like, that was also the worst of the worst, and he was a Border Patrol agent. But he didn't get the death penalty. He got LWOP, so life without parole. So we'll have to see, you know what I mean, what happens in this case.
Can you zoom in on that? Does that number on that SD card match the SD card that is in that piece of evidence?
Yes, it does.
And other than, actually, that's not any additional marks on there. Was it altered or modified in any way, to your knowledge?
No, it looks to be in the same description as the picture from that day.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state offers to admit State's Exhibit 95, the SD and SIM card.
No objections. State's 95 is admitted.
You may have taken a few more pictures and then collected a few more items from that arrest van, but was that the main item that was collected from that 0468 arrest van?
Yes, like I said, the other one was the scanner, and that was the package scanner, and that was it.
Now, on December 5th, 2022, did you also look at the
Garage area at the Weiss County facility, and it was loaded with packages, and it was definitely the van that he was driving on the day of the abduction, so we wanted to process it for forensics, meaning hairs and fibers, blood, DNA, whether that's semen, vaginal fluids, saliva. So in order to do that, we would, as I talked about yesterday, we would go ahead and suit up in our Tyvek with our booties, take our entry photos, and start unloading the van so that we could get to the back of the van and do our forensic search.
And as the team lead, were you there when the complete search was done and when these photos were taken?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my, the photos we're going to see from what is in that van, huh? I wonder. Sora said, depends on the jury. Not everyone supports the death penalty. Athena's mom said in an interview that she supports the death penalty. The thing is, they asked the jury, in the Voire and all the lead up while they're selecting them, would you be able to sentence someone to death if the case warrants it? And they pick the ones that say yes, they would be able to. You know what I mean? So I was surprised that Burgos Aviles didn't get the death penalty because, I mean, if anyone, that's one of those cases where it's like, this is the type of case for that. You know what I mean? So I agree that this case is also, I don't know. And we don't have the death penalty in South Africa or in Switzerland either. Actually, many countries don't, right? So it's not something we see all the time. So I don't know. For me and my experience, I just don't really believe that it happens often. We did see it though with, remember the Sean Finnegan trial in Tennessee? Yeah, he got it. Oh, he got it. We were like, oh my word. Okay, so there was also a 2-phase trial that we watched together.
I am showing you what has been marked as States Exhibit 96 through 115. And have you seen these items before?
Yes, yeah, this is the van inside that garage as I talked about. And once again, they're the start of our entry photos.
And have you had the opportunity to review all those photos?
Yes.
And do these photos fairly and accurately depict the search and the evidence collected on December 5th of 2022, the abduction van?
They do, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence States Exhibit 96 through 115.
States Exhibits 96 through 115 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Have you published a States Exhibit? What are we looking at here in States Exhibit 97?
So this would be one of the entry photos to start the search of the van. One of the initial photos that we would take with some. It was a little cramped in that garage, so I think the photographer, we talked about just starting at the best angle we could, and then we'd work our way around. So this is probably kind of the start of those photographs with some looks like identifying FedEx numbers.
And this is a garage. Is this at the West County Sheriff's Office, or where is this at?
It is, yes.
And is it a secured and locked location?
It is.
Just going to pause quickly. Any sound issues? If you get catapulted, or actually, I don't know, if you go back to the beginning of the stream, if whatever issues there are, YouTube has a lot that they're clearly working on. Okay, that happens every single day. So the court feed, changing colors and all of that. I'm actually so sick of it, honestly. It's been about 2 years of cuck, because they're always improving things. It's so annoying. Just sort things out, okay? Anyway, so just know the best thing, close YouTube and open it again. Even better, close YouTube. If you know what I'm talking about, clear your cache, come back again. Anyway, so let's continue on, right? Non-stop issues.
It's also important for it to be inside the garage for not only security and control, but as we do our search, we have to have a dark environment to do an alternate light source, which we did in this case, and so we have to be able to turn off the lights.
Okay. see State's Exhibit 99? Showing you State's Exhibit 99. What are we looking at here?
Like just identifying one of the cameras that's on the vehicle.
And
There's literally cameras all over the FedEx van. Like, how on earth did this guy think he's going to get away with this? That tells me, again, how depraved he was. How he was willing to commit this crime on the job, in uniform, with cameras all around the van recording nonstop. Like, what in the hell?
we published State's Exhibit 102. If you zoom in, is there a license plate in this photo?
There is, yes.
And what is this license plate on this van?
It is N as in November, N as in November, R as in Romeo, 4995.
And is that license plate the license plate of the abduction van?
It is, yes.
And have you published State's Exhibit 105? And what are we looking at here in this picture?
So this is the back of the van as we found it that day when we responded to process it. It was still loaded with packages that hadn't been delivered yet or had just been picked up.
Have you published State's Exhibit 106? And what are we seeing in this photo?
So this is the same van, same back of the van after we've removed all of the packages that were back there.
And what did you do with the packages that were in this van?
We removed them out of the van and we put them in another container, and I can't remember if it was a van or a temporary storage area. Yeah.
I guess you don't know, but if they got picked up to be delivered to the rightful people?
Right. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I think FedEx came and got them eventually.
Okay.
But, I wasn't in charge of that part once we
Okay.
unloaded them.
You published State's Exhibit 108. And what do we see here in this photo?
So this looks like the front passenger side, and it's a backpack and appears to be a hoodie.
Now, this backpack and hoodie, we're talking about the abduction van. Whose backpack and hoodie is that? Is that Tanner Horner's or someone else's?
Sustained, don't lead your witness.
Whose backpack is that?
It's unclear, but we did know that Tanner Horner was not driving the vehicle when it was seized at the time. So our assumption there was that it was the current driver's. I don't have his name, but not Tanner Horner's.
And in the, can you zoom in on that? Can you zoom in a little bit? What are we seeing in the back of this photo here?
As far as personnel?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's how we would dress when we do a forensic search. So we have our Tyvek on with the hoodie, and they have probably started processing, or at least getting ready to do the vacuuming.
So that is the white Tyvek suit that you talked to us about?
Yes.
Have you published State's Exhibit 109? And what are we looking at in this picture? What angle is this coming from?
So this is coming from the cargo area, looking into the driver and the passenger area of the vehicle.
So if you were standing at that cargo door, that's what you would be staring at?
Correct, yes.
I'll show you what's published 110. And what are we looking at here?
So this would be the same, kind of the brains of that surveillance system that's on the FedEx van.
Is this the same camera system that was on the arrest van that we've already talked about?
It's very similar. I don't know if it's the exact same model, but yeah, it's. I think this one had a little bit different camera setup, but it's the same type of system.
Can you publish State's Exhibit 111? And what are we looking at here?
So that would be the SD card that was in the system itself from the other picture.
The front portion of that SD card?
Correct, yes.
And I'm going to show 112. And what are we looking at here?
The back side of the SD card, and the white thing is the SIM card, but the SD card is the black one that we took the front and back photos of.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Weary, if you can go ahead and put it on. Yeah, thank you. I already have it. I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 116. And do you recognize this item?
The SIM card is, I know it's in here. There it is, yes. Yeah. It is in here, but there are also some thumb drives, but the SD card is in here.
And I'm going to have you read the front of the package first. What is the license plate number on this package?
It is November Romeo 4995.
And is that the license plate that is associated with the abduction van?
Yes, it is.
And is that where that SD and SIM card were seized?
Correct,
on
yes.
December 5th of 22.
Yes.
And I believe you're looking at the SD card in there.
I am.
Can you see that?
It's very small, but yes, I can see it.
And we can open it if you need to, but if you can see those numbers, do the numbers match the photographs that were taken on 2022?
Yes, they do.
And you were there and present when this item was collected?
Yes.
And when this item was collected, you were here handed it to the Wise County Sheriff's Office for storage?
Yes, after we collected it, it was handed over to Wise County.
Okay. And the USB drives were added when Ranger Espinoza went and got the full video put in place?
Yes, they could be derivative evidence of the SD card.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 116.
No additional objections.
Those objections remain overruled, and State's Exhibit 116 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. In finalizing this search on the abduction van on December 5th of 2022, was there any additional evidence that you guys collected at that time?
For the abduction van, we did take some forensic vacuuming samples. So when we do that, we have a vacuum that has a clean filter on it, and we vacuum in quadrants. And so we'll vacuum like the driver's side, and then we'll get a new filter, change gloves, go over to the passenger side, take vacuums, and then we'll vacuum the back cargo area as well. And then after doing that, we would do fingerprinting. So we would look for latent prints around the vehicle. If we see any obvious ones, we can take photographs. Otherwise, then we start dusting. And I believe we did dust the frame area that looks into the driver and passenger side from the cargo area. So we lifted some prints there. And then there was a couple of areas where we took some swabs as well. So we do swabs for DNA, and we can do whether it's touch DNA or whether it's actual bodily fluids, it's the same swab that we would use to collect that.
And to your knowledge, was there any real evidentiary value of any of those items?
On that day, I don't believe so. Not that I'm aware of.
Right.
Yeah.
To kind of move you ahead. So after December 5th of 2022, was your FBI ERT team asked to do anything additional with regards to this investigation for Athena Strand?
Yes, we were asked to come back out and reprocess the abduction van.
And do you recall when that was?
That was on January 6, 2023.
And why were you asked to come back out?
So when we processed the van the first time, we have forensic flashlights that emit a blue light at a wavelength of 455 nanometers, and so that's a good enough wavelength to process the scene for bodily fluids, or you can see cleaning supplies with that. But sometimes, if things have been cleaned up well, that the strength of the flashlight isn't quite strong enough. So we have another system that we have back at the office that, in discussion with our FBI lab folks, thought that might be a better option for us to process there. So we decided to, in coordination with Wise County and at their request, come back out and reprocess the vehicle with a stronger, basically a stronger flashlight, forensic flashlight.
And at that time, were you aware that Tanner Horner attempted to clean up that abduction van?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
So as part of the discussions for reprocessing the van, Wise County mentioned that when we did it on December 5th, there was still a lot of information from the interviews, and the autopsy hadn't been processed yet. So as those items came in, it allowed us to have more information to reprocess the van.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll show you what has been marked as States Exhibit 117 through 139. And have you been able to review all of these prior to coming in today?
I have.
And do you recognize what these are?
Yes.
And what are they?
This is the entry photos and item photos for that search on January 6th. Along with the sketch, photo of the sketch and the items seized.
And were you present when these photos and this search were conducted on that day?
I was.
And do these fairly and accurately depict what you saw during that search and the evidence collected?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence States Exhibit 117 through 139.
Truth girls, damn. You said, I hope they play the video and audio at the end of the day so the jury can sit with that over the weekend. That sounds traumatizing. I hope they don't do that. I hope they will get through that soon, which I think they do, just based on what I could see going on the court feeds. I think they definitely redact that for us, so that's great. So it won't be for the public to see and hear, right? But yeah, I hope they rather get through that sooner rather than later, because to sit with that over the weekend, oh my word, they'll never unhear it. It's going to be deeply traumatizing, I can only imagine. Gina McManus said, have they revealed the autopsy yet? Do you mean in the trial? No. We haven't heard from a medical examiner yet in this trial, but we do know that Athena died from blunt force trauma and asphyxia or strangulation, and that the medical examiner said that there were no signs of sexual assault. We've discussed that throughout this trial of why would that be if she was naked, and the state said that Athena had Tanner Horner's DNA in places where it shouldn't ever be. I think it's because based on the medical examiner's findings, they would have to find injuries to say that there's signs of sexual assault. That's what that would mean in their terminology. So, oh my. But I do think that this was a sexually motivated crime, right? Especially given the weight of his other allegations and other charges. He's got 3 other counts of sexual assault on minors. They were teenagers. Those victims were between age 14 and 17. But who knows what else he's done. And those, he's not been convicted of those yet. So those also, he's presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law. Or unless he pleads guilty, you know what I mean? Like he did here. So, yeah, okay.
Judge, we have no objections to the majority of the photos. However, we do have objections to 126, 127, and 128. For 126, the proper foundation has not been laid, and the officer has not testified to any personal knowledge of that document, and I apologize, it's 126, not 128. As for 127 and 128, these fall under a police report. And
I'm sorry?
These are part of a police report, and therefore they're hearsay with no exception.
Let me see.
I really like the way the judge is like, I'm sorry. Yesterday, if you missed it, the judge said, firstly, the defense was making some motions, and then the state objected, like, we object to this being in front of the jury. And the judge was like, go to your room, to the jury, and the whole jury laughed. That was such a good moment. I really need to clip that as well for us, hey? Make a short of that. I like this judge. Judge Gallagher.
126, 127, 128.
Your Honor, they are just the diagram of where the actual 10 swabs were taken and the swab.
Objection. Oh, sorry. That was
I'm going to hold in abeyance 126. Your objections to 127 and 128 are sustained. And I'm going to hold 126
Thank you, Judge.
at this time.
Texas woman, thank you for your sticker. You said, I wonder how people living in other countries feel about the DP. I think it's a controversial topic. Probably not great to discuss in chat right now, right? So otherwise people lose focus. But you said some states have it as sentencing. Here it is controversial. I think it's controversial worldwide. But I mean, if there's a state that has it, if there's a country that has it or a state that has it, yeah, you get cases like this one, which is like, oh, that makes sense. Yeah, okay, cases like this are why people do that. You know what I mean? Thank you so much for your support and for your sticker.
Have you published States Exhibit?
And all the other, I'm sorry,
sorry.
Ms. Duell,
no,
states
alternate.
117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, and then 129 through 139 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
Now I'm going to publish States Exhibit 118. And, what are we looking at here in this photo?
So this is the what we're calling the abduction van, again, with the back cargo area still cleared out as it was when we left it from December 5th.
I'm going to have Mr. Berry zoom in a little bit on that.
Your Honor, may we approach real quick?
Yes.
Okay, we've got a little bit of sidebar. Is it our fourth one? There haven't been that many sidebars in this case, actually. Oh my, there's Tanner Horner, everyone. Wow, the mess that he was living in. Oh my word. Yesterday we saw his shed in the backyard, and they found Athena's sock and pants and underwear just on a pile of trash. Wow. And he had the audacity in his police interviews to complain about the state of his grandmother's house. He was saying that was a bit untidy, you know. Wow, wow. If you missed it, I timestamped that for you. You gotta go check out, not now, stay here now, but like later, homework, right? You gotta check out how the guy was living. Absolutely disgusting.
Okay, we are still looking at what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 118. And this license plate, can you read that off?
Yes, November Romeo 4995.
And is that the license plate that is with the abduction van?
It is, yes.
Okay. Published State's Exhibit 122. And what are we looking at here?
So these are tie-down straps that we found in the back of the van, and they were laid like this for purposes of photograph.
And why were you looking at these tie-down straps?
After discussions with Wise County and some of the investigators, it was determined that
Objection here, sir.
Sustain. Rephrase your question.
You can be going around. State's Exhibit 123. And what are we looking at here?
so these are green bungee cords that were found in the van.
And did you have any additional information that would make you want to look for any of these hex items?
Yeah, as we started processing this van, we were told.
Objection here, sir.
Officer, don't testify as to what other people told you. Objection sustained.
And did you process these green bungees and collect these?
Yes, we did.
Show you what's
Texas woman 67 says, must I try a Texan accent? Hit the like button, please, y'all. Hit the like button, y'all. Thank you so much for your sticker.
states, or actually, just want to hold on that, Mr. Ray. Your Honor, may I approach witness?
Yes.
I think our evidence got mixed up. I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 142. And do you recognize this item?
I do, yes.
And how do you recognize it?
So it has item number 2, which matches our labeling nomenclature as well as all the other items on the bag. The description is listed as green cords with the number 3 beside that.
And other than any lab processing, has it been altered in any way, to your knowledge?
No.
And were you present when this item was seized, and were you considered the seizing agent?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers in evidence State's Exhibit 142.
Tanner, may we approach?
Kimmy Sue said there's two vans. They have to tell them apart somehow. But I'm also surprised that the defense doesn't have an issue with them calling it the abduction van, even though he pleaded guilty, you know what I mean, to abducting and murdering Athena. But we've often seen in cases that the defense would have an issue with the phrase like that, you know. I remember in the Matthew Paul trial, there was an issue. Also the Brian Walsh trial. Let's say the Brian, let's go with that one because otherwise my brain is going to go with the two cases. It's a deep dive. Don't want to go on too much of a tangent. Brian Walsh trial, remember the phones and the tablets and how they were referring to that by the full number the whole time. We were like, or like the one ending in number this, instead of saying Brian's phone, his son's phone, they had an issue with that. They had to the whole time say the freaking numbers. We were like, oh my word. I mean, eventually I'd like color coded everything to try to follow which phone are they talking about right now, which device. My color coding worked out well though, just so you know, if you were there watching it with me. But still, I am surprised. The defense is like, yeah, that's fine. The abduction van, oh dear. Dropping, Susan Law said, I like this female prosecutor. She is articulate and organized. Right? I think the trial has gone very well so far, running very smoothly, if we look at it from that perspective, right? Okay, they cut the sound over there. Damn, they really like to zoom in, huh? Sure. Bomber 2020 said, why, Tanner, why? I think because he's sexually depraved. He had an urge. So horrific. Couldn't help himself. Huh. Shouldn't have been a FedEx driver, right? Risa Joe, thank you for the coffee. I'm saying he shouldn't have been a FedEx driver because damn, that turned out to be perfect for him, for what he wanted to do, hey? He had the van and everything. Okay, see now they're not showing certain things, so now I think it's for 10 minutes, hey? Literally for 10 minutes they show a green screen. Okay, so we go forward.
Previously mentioned.
Offered to admit State's Exhibit 142.
Any objections other than those previously mentioned to me, Mr. Goble?
Okay.
All right, States 142 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Published State's Exhibit 124. And what are we looking at here?
So these are what we call black bungee cords or black, yeah. So they're black bungees. They were found in the back cargo area of the van.
And were these items collected and placed in evidence?
They were, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Bert's daughter said heinous criminals will plead to LWOP in exchange for death penalty being dropped, so it does serve good purpose other than punishment. If they offered a plea deal, right? Sometimes they'll accept it. I think if Tanner Horner was offered a plea deal, he would have taken it. But he wasn't offered one. And I think they waited, him and the defense, until the trial started to finally, okay, I'm pleading guilty. You know what I mean? So that, I don't know, there's only phase 2 now. Anyway, so he was not offered a plea deal, therefore he pleaded guilty, and now the jury has to decide what his sentence will be, which is, it's a tough job for them, hey? They're going to have to deliberate, I don't know for how long. How long will they deliberate for? Normally it takes a while if they're considering the life or death of someone, you know what I mean? Even though he'll probably be, if he's sentenced to death, on death row for like 20 years. But the good thing is that the criminal never knows which day it's going to be, huh? So that scares the crap out of them. I think for someone like Tanner Horner, I think life without parole in Gen Pop is going to be more punishment than the death penalty, especially given the conditions that he was living in, like how he was living so filthy. It could be an upgrade for him, being on death row. You know what I mean? If he has to share a prison cell, if he goes to Gen Pop with others, if he's not segregated and can't permanently be segregated, ooh, yeah, I think that'll be interesting. Kristen Vasquez said, I can't imagine how Athena felt just looking at his side view is scary. It's just horrifying, right? It's a really heavy case. Thank you all for being here with me.
I believe you have the item in front of you, what has been marked as State's Exhibit 141.
Yes,
And can you, have you seen that item before?
I have, yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's our labeling nomenclature with the case, the FBI case number, the date, the VIN, a description that says bungee cord, one bungee cord in piece, and then and location was storage area and truck. It has a collector initial for Angela Klein, and then my initial as well as an assistant collector / witness.
And other than being open for any type of processing, has it been altered in any way to your knowledge?
Nope, just the Wise County Sheriff's label and a couple markings from the lab.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 141.
Any objections other than those previously mentioned to me?
No additional objections, Judge.
Okay, those are overruled, and states 141 is admitted.
State 140 is admitted. Miss C.D. Isaac said, I work in corrections. They would not place him in Gen Pop, but they should. But they should, right? Sometimes, well, like, I mean, he'll be segregated at first wherever he goes, right? But eventually, where will he be? He'll be in max security, isn't it?
You could publish 129. Special Agent Ross, what are we looking at in this photo?
So this is our alternate light source that we use for conducting forensic, kind of a forensic light test of the back of the van. It uses a wavelength of light, and we wear orange goggles to look through, and it can illuminate stains that were left behind by bodily fluids such as semen or intestinal fluids, urine, other things. It's a stronger power than the flashlights.
So this is the stronger one of the flashlights you were speaking to us earlier about?
Correct, yes. And in this photograph, you can't photograph it with a naked eye or a naked camera. You have to have filters and everything. So we leave it in place when we're taking the photograph to show kind of where the stain was.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit.
Rochelle Heldzinger, thank you for the South African rands, 140 rand. You said, hi G, I'm just wondering why aren't they wearing gloves when handling the evidence? Is this not going to cause issues? I don't think this will cause appeal issues. We've seen it often in cases with certain evidence they don't wear gloves. You said lots of love from South Africa. I mean now, you know, the SD cards and all that. It's what's on the SD card that's important, right? Thank you so much for your sticker.
130. And what are we looking at here?
This photograph is the same setup where we're trying to show where the stain is using that alternate light source. This is, I believe, the step going into the cargo van, and this is the swab technique that we use to take a swab for DNA.
And the light source, is that what is, I guess, shining on
Illuminating.
this object?
Yes.
And I believe a minute ago you talked about a special camera to take this photo.
So yeah, it's the same camera, just has a special filter on it. The same where we wear orange goggles or orange glasses, you can put that same filter on the camera lens.
And were you present when these DNA swabs were taken?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I believe you have in front of you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 140.
Yes,
Do you recognize this item?
I do.
And what is it?
So this is a box containing 10 swabs. So this is our standard nomenclature. It's the date, the case number, the vehicle identification number, so it would have been 3678, the abduction van. So it's, like I said, 10 swabs from cargo hold. Once again, it was the collector of Katie Tibbett and the assistant collector of Angela Klein, both of their initials, and then they would all been contained into this one box or one bag.
And I know we only showed this one photo, but we admitted into evidence photos that match each one of those swabs.
Yes, yeah. After I reviewed the photos, they matched the swab locations.
And other than any processing, has it been altered in any way to your knowledge?
I don't believe so. Yeah, other than the additional Wise County label and a couple of lab notes.
At this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 140.
Okay, those objections.
Judge here said, everyone commenting on the state of where he was living, please remember that's often a reflection of ADHD and or extreme clinical pressure, and pray you never find out for yourselves. And while that might be the usual case, Tanner Horner certainly isn't the usual case, because he abducted and murdered a child. One, so there's no empathy or sympathy for him. Even in that regard, why? Because he was arrogant enough during the police interview to comment on the state of his grandmother's house, implying that this one's a piece of shit and that one's a piece of shit and that one is a drug addict. That's how he talked about other people. You know, talked badly about everybody. But then that's the contrast. But then when we saw how he lived, you're like, dude. It's the arrogance that went along with it. That's the problem with Tanner Horner, you know what I mean? And him always pointing the finger at everybody else. Like, what the hell? So, yeah, Tanner, he's just a filthy child predator and child killer. So,
Overruled. State's Exhibit 140 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge.
After the search on January 6th, did you with the FBI or ERT team, did you do any additional searches at that time, or did that conclude?
After this search of the van and the swabs and the items collected on January 6th, I myself and the blue team, who I am the TL for, did not do any more searches.
Okay. Thank you. And last witness, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Agent Ross.
Good morning.
A couple of quick questions. Actually, can I approach?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand what's in marked Defense Exhibits 6 through 10.
Steve?
I believe you had a chance to look at those before the court.
I did, yes, sir.
Can you identify those for me, please?
So these were photographs taken on December 2nd when we did the search of Tanner Horner's shed and the associated residence. These pictures appear to be pictures of the main residence for that address.
And they are true and accurate representations of what you observed that night?
Yes, these would have been entry photos that we would take before, or as we're entering the house before we've done any kind of searching.
Your Honor, I move to have Exhibit 6 through 10, defense exhibits admitted.
Absolutely, Your Honor. No objection.
Okay, Defense Exhibits 6 through 10 are admitted.
Your Honor, I move to publish these to the jury.
Yes.
May I do it?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Therapist, said, just FYI, even licensed practitioners can't diagnose from behind a screen. We have no idea of his diagnosis. We don't. We only know what medication he took because he told police, and those were medications for major depressive disorder, for ADHD, all of that. That's. I think that's why people are talking about that, because of what he said to the police himself, right? And he seems to diagnose himself, self-diagnose quite a lot as well, right? From what we know, from what he said to the police in all those hours of police interviews that we had to watch. And that's not even all of it. I think they just showed us portions of it. Those Texas Rangers must have been exhausted after talking to him all day, for 2 days as well. Didi Dishman said, I thank Grizzly True Crime for all the hard work. Thank you so much.
Just to clarify, those are pictures of Jackie Harbison's residence.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, the main house of the residence.
Do you know her relationship to Mr. Horner?
I do not.
Gesundheit. Truthfully, me. Yeah, you're right. You said, let's be real, the other inmates are likely not better than he is. They really don't give a poop what he's done. Yeah, that as well. There's plenty of his types in there, hey? Oh dear. Thank you for supporting the mods, PLN, with delicious coffees. Thanks for the sticker, I'm a Grizzly. Oh, now they're gonna redact a whole bunch soon. And there's the courtroom cougher. Shame. Look at the jet, look at the jet. Sorry, ma'am. Seasonal allergies, huh?
Thank you, Ross. You testified earlier about using brown butcher paper.
I did, yes.
Can you tell me again why that's important when handling evidence?
So when we remove evidence from its found location, sometimes due to environmental conditions or lighting or something like that, we have to move it to an area that would be better suited to take those photographs and also the scale photographs. So in order to preserve the integrity of the evidence, we place it on a clean sheet of butcher paper. We put down one butcher paper to protect us from the ground, and then so that one would be clean. We put down another sheet for each item so that that sheet could then be wrapped up and put in with the item. Sometimes, we have to move it inside if it's raining, or inside of an area that hasn't maybe been associated with that item.
And you'll actually send the butcher paper with the item?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's why a sock would have a whole big bag, because we had a big wad of paper in with it to preserve that item.
Absolutely. And I don't know if you remember or not, but on a couple of your photographs of the FedEx van, in addition to having the big FedEx logo, I believe specifically states Exhibit 97 and 100 on the side there, it has a designation that it's a big top spin vehicle.
A big what? Sorry?
Big top spin, the company's name. I believe it says Contractor Services Program.
Okay, I do not recall that in the photo.
Okay. Now, when you showed using a light to show organic fluids, that light doesn't tell you what kind of organic fluid it is, does it?
It does not. That's why we take the swabs.
Now, as to those items seized, those were not collected by you.
Which items specifically?
We've got items 1 through 8. It looks like those were by Tippett and observed by Klein.
Which day were you talking about for the van?
This would be the January date. January 6th.
Okay. And are you referring to the swabs specifically, or?
Yes.
I don't have the item numbers in front of me, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't know?
I'm sorry, what was your question again?
Just who collected them?
So the swabs were collected by Tippett and Klein.
Okay. And then the other 3 items were collected by Klein with you as the observer.
Correct, yes.
And these items were turned over to Alise Amy with the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
Correct, yes.
And after that, you wouldn't know what happened.
No, once we turn it over, it's within her chain of custody.
I'll pass it to John.
Regret.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you, Special Agent.
Thank you, Your Honor.
For purposes of the record, the defense exhibit to State's Exhibit 126 is sustained. I need a break. Give me about 15 minutes and we'll start up at 10:20. Okay?
About 15 minutes. All right. And when they come back, then they're redacting things. Look, it was like this. It was like this for 30 or more minutes. So I'm thinking at this point they may have played the audio or something from the van. I don't know. Kerry, I was trying to reply to your sticker. I don't know why YouTube's having yet another new issue. Sorry about that, Anne. Thank you for your sticker. And yes, I do remember. Welcome, Sandy. Thank you all for being here. Happy Friday to you. Please like and share so others can also find us. And thank you to everyone that supports the work that I do and supports the no ads approach, meaning no adverts every 6 minutes. I turn those off for you. Sycamore, Sally, thank you for the coffee. See, their support. Thank you so much. And if you haven't yet checked out Patreon, check it out. Or become a member or whatever. There where you get behind the scenes content, members live streams, things like that, right? So, shall we move on? Shall we go forward and see? Because they didn't tell us what was happening here. The judge needed a break. Screen went black. And then people stared at the wall like this for like 30 minutes. So I'm glad we started 10 minutes later than usual. But we probably will not be able to deflap the entire lunch today. We shall see. Yeah, so shame. If this was because they played the audio and the video for the jury, then shame. Shame, poor jury. Because it would be what, if you don't know what it is, it was the FedEx van that recorded everything, right? Recorded Athena being abducted, recorded the entire time Athena was in the van. Even though Tanner Horner covered the camera, it recorded the audio, which the state described as an hour-long recording, where you can hear Tanner Horner physically attacking Athena and trying to kill her several times for an hour. And he said he did try to break her neck and eventually strangled her with his bare hands. That's what he said. But imagine having to hear that. Oh my word. So I think they redacted it for the public. Let's see though. Let's see what happens here. Ooh, if her family had to hear that, oh my. I hope they weren't in the courtroom. Damn, look at that lady's ring. Did you see that lady? Excuse us. We'd like to see again. So shiny. Look at it. Oh my word. Quite a rock you got there, ma'am. Oh, there's even more. Got the seal going. And we're back.
Ms. Amy, would you state your name and spell it for the court reporter, please?
First name's Alise, A-L-I-S-E. My last name is Amy, A-M-E-Y.
And Ms. Amy, let me ask you a couple of questions. Back in November of 2022, where were you employed?
Wise County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And back in November of 2022, what were you doing for the Wise County Sheriff's Office?
I was a crime scene investigator.
Now, let me back you up just a little bit. In order to be a crime scene investigator, do you have to be a certified and licensed peace officer?
That's correct.
So let's give just a little bit of your education in order for you to be a licensed peace officer, and then we'll talk about your CSI stuff.
I'm sorry, repeat your question.
Yeah, just tell the jury a little bit about where you went and got licensed to be a peace officer, and then we'll talk about your CSI stuff.
So I went to Vernon College in Wichita Falls and got my basic peace officer's license. And then I went through FTO training at the sheriff's office. And then once I got done with my FTO training, I spent probably 8 months total in patrol. And then I went and applied for the crime scene investigator sergeant's position, where I was granted that sergeant's position. And then through there, I became a advanced latent fingerprint investigator, and also a forensic investigator as well.
All right. So let's talk about CSI. When did you get promoted to CSI sergeant?
About 8 months after being on patrol.
And did you have to have any particular additional training and other things to be a CSI sergeant?
I did go through I went through the FTO program that they had at the sheriff's office, and then prior to becoming a full-time CSI investigator, I actually did it part-time as well.
Okay. And during that time being a CSI investigator, were you under the supervision of other CSI investigators during that time?
Yes, sir.
And who was your primary supervising investigator during that time?
Sergeant Brett Yaro.
Sorry, say that again.
Sergeant Brett Yaro.
Okay.
So
Spell that last name for the court for me.
Y-A-R-O.
First name Brett with 2 T's.
That's correct.
Is he also a sheriff's deputy at the West County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
And had he been there quite a bit longer than you?
Yes, sir.
And how long had he been in CSI when you made CSI sergeant?
For an extended amount of time.
A lot longer than you.
Yes, sir.
So, with regard to being in CSI, they don't just turn you loose just to do CSI stuff when you walk in the door, do they?
No, sir.
And during the time that you're in CSI, you said you went through an FTO program.
Yes, sir.
And does that stand for Field Training Officer?
Yes, sir.
And is that kind of like what you do when you're being a deputy and on patrol? Do you do a similar course of training?
Yes, sir. It's like a probationary period.
And so with regard to CSI and the Deputy Yaro being your primary, was he your primary supervisor through all of that FTO training?
No.
Okay, who else did you have?
Each month I had a different phase that I went into whenever I was on patrol. So I would have one sergeant from one shift, and then we had 4 shifts on patrol. And so each phase I went through different shifts, and a different sergeant would be my field training officer.
So with each of those, you would have to get checked off by each one of them.
Yes.
Is that same process is what happens when you get promoted to CSI sergeant with regard to CSI Deputy Yaro?
Yes.
Okay. And so with regard to CSI, were you allowed to simply just walk into CSI and start doing all this stuff?
No.
And in fact, when you're doing CSI work up until the time that you were allowed to be out on your own, are you supervised by somebody during that time?
Yes, depending on the offense, yes.
And so
Some in chat need to work on a little impulse control and not say certain things out loud. I'm sure you know exactly what I'm referring to. Stop it.
So when we talk about CSI, are we talking about evidence collection, documentation, things of that nature?
Yes.
Are we talking about taking photographs?
Yes.
Okay. All the things that we might consider crime scene related, that's what CSI does.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if we move to November of 2022, you said you had been in the position of CSI sergeant. How long in November of 2022?
About that time, I was about 6 months into being a crime scene investigator.
All right. And during that time, and at the end of November 2022, you called to participate in the search for Athena Strand.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you were where were you first dispatched to participate in the search for Athena Strand?
The father's house
And where is that?
in Paradise, Cottondale area.
Is it a rural area?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember when you went out there and you were tasked at that residence?
Yes, sir. I was tasked that morning. That morning we had a briefing and with all of our investigators of what we were going to be doing that day.
All right, I'm going to clarify that. Do you remember which day that was?
Thursday the 1st.
So on that first part of this, on that Thursday, what were you tasked with doing on that Thursday?
So I was basically, my primary location was to be at the house at the residence. A bunch of our investigators separated with civilian search teams at that time. And if they found something that they needed to be documented or found like it was important, I would go and document it at that time.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, when you got to the Strand home, what do you do like when you first get there?
When I first got there, I got orders for what they wanted me to do. And then whenever everybody kind of broke off, I started documenting where I was and started my kind of initial investigation.
Okay. And as part of that investigation, did you take any photos?
Yes, sir. I initially took a video and then followed it up with photographs.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as states number 10. Okay. Is this one of your photos?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this has already been admitted through Ashley Strand. Is that at the location we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said you took a multitude of photos of that location. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in fact, did you take pictures of this abandoned structure that we saw here?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take pictures of the Strand home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you take pictures of all the surrounding stuff around it?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you a little bit. At that time, that's what you were tasked with.
Yes.
Okay. On December 1st, 2022. Were you tasked to do anything else on December 1st, 2022? We're good, Mr. King. Thank you. Here.
Just to, if somebody found anything, just to kind of document it, follow any kind of leads that what we thought could potentially be her and lead us into a direction.
So at this point in time, as we've seen in the scene, was there a lot of searching going on at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Were there a lot of assets deployed, including law enforcement and civilians that were out searching for Athena in that general area?
Yes.
So were you tasked to do anything as part of that searching during that time?
Yes. So, like I said, I took the video of everything, and then the FBI showed up that day, and they took their pictures, and we walked around the initial residence that you see in the front yard, and then we did our investigation into the back and also the shed.
And at some point, were there items that may have come up during the search that you needed to take pictures of or document?
Yes.
And what kind of, just give a short example, what kind of things did you go take pictures of?
A set of keys. I think we found boots, socks, things of that nature.
So these are things that out in the search area
They were very spread out.
that people had located
Yes, sir.
that thought might relate to this investigation.
Yes, sir.
And then you went out and took pictures of it.
Yes, sir.
Now, at some point, was that the total of what you did on December 1st?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let's move to December 2nd. What are you doing on December 2nd in the first part of that day?
We meet at the father's residence again, and that's whenever everybody got together and we had a meeting of law enforcement searches.
Okay. And so would I be correct when you said searches that law enforcement's continuing to search? Is that right?
Yes, no civilians at that time.
Now, at some point, did you become aware that Athena Strand's body had been located?
In the morning?
No, in the afternoon. At any point, actually.
Oh, just in the evening time. Yes.
So, did you also become aware that FedEx vehicle had also been acquired by law enforcement?
Yes.
And I just want to get this right on the time periods. Did you participate in the actual search of the van that Tanner Horner was arrested in?
I assisted the FBI.
Okay. And when you say assisted, were you actually actively participating in the actual collection of evidence and that kind of thing, or were you doing something else?
No, so they had distinguished people who took pictures and collected evidence, and then I received the evidence.
Okay. And so let me get this right in time. You said that they found her body in the evening. When was the search of the arrest van performed? Was it before or after they found her body?
Before.
So let's talk about the search of the arrest van. Okay. And when I say arrest van, you know what I mean by that, right?
Yes, sir.
This is the van that Tanner Horner was arrested in on December 2nd.
Yes, sir.
Okay? I'll refer to the other vehicle as the abduction vehicle. Okay?
Okay.
So on December 2nd, where is the location of the arrest van?
It is brought to the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
Where you work?
Thank you, Mac, for spoiling the mods with 6 delicious coffees. We have a team of 6 mods, and I really appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
And were you tasked, like you said before, to assist the FBI?
Yes.
Okay. And so let me just get a picture of this in my head. Does the FBI, do they bring all their own stuff, or do you have to provide things for them?
They bring their own stuff.
And is this what we commonly see with the FBI and their moon suits and things like that?
Yes.
And so with regard to the FBI, are you watching them, what they're doing in searching this vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And so are you actually out there on scene when they're searching it?
Yes.
And during that time, and we'll talk to the FBI about that. So it sounds like you're just kind of standing there waiting. Is that right?
Correct.
And at some point, what is your actual participation with regard to the search of the arrest van?
After they got done searching the arrest van, they took their pictures, they collected the evidence, and then they turned the evidence over to me.
All right. And when you say turn it over to you, is that like a physical turnover? They hand it to you?
Yes.
And then once they hand it to you, you can see we have some evidence out here. They hand you the evidence, and you've got it. What do you do with it at that point?
I walk into our CSI lab and put it in our lockers.
Okay. So from that point, your job, and I'm not trying to minimize your job as a CSI here, was to just physically carry the evidence from point A to point B.
Correct.
And did you open any of the evidence?
No.
Did you handle any of the evidence, take it out of any of the bags or anything else?
No.
So as the FBI left it with you, you placed it in your locker.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you have any other contact with regard to the search of the arrest van evidence from 12/2 of 22? Did you have any other contact with the evidence?
No.
Now, also, you mentioned that you were there at the recovery of Athena Strand's body. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, it seems to me that somebody who had, I would say, fairly limited 6 months CSI experience.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is testifying.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
How long had you been in CSI when you attended the body recovery of Athena Strand?
6 months.
Okay. And at that time, where was your field training officer, let me just ask you, where was CSI Sergeant Yaro?
He was out. He was out.
Okay. Did he have COVID?
Yes.
Objection, leaving.
Overruled. She's answered.
And at this point, you get tasked to do body recovery. Okay. So let me just ask you, is it just you, CSI Amy, out there recovering this body, or are there other people?
No, so there was other people.
Okay. And who were those other people?
3 other FBI agents.
Okay. And was it just those 3 FBI agents, or were there other people on scene as well?
There was law enforcement up on the bridge and in the road, everybody who had been there with the search, and then there was 2 investigators, 2 FBI special agents taking pictures, and then there was the 3 FBI agents, and then including myself for the body.
And when you say, and I'm not going to go in depth into the body recovery, this is where is this where we physically remove her body from the water?
Yes, sir.
And is there a process by which we take to remove her body from the water?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I don't need every detail, but just give us the short version of what it takes to recover a body from the water.
So how we walked the scene. We got a good idea of where we needed to go, and because of the grass being grass and dirt and a mixture of certain things, the FBI did what they are trained to do, and I did. So I worked the top. So I worked the ledge where we placed her. We laid out a bag, and then we laid out a sheet. So once they removed her from the water and I laid her on the sheet, then that is where we documented any kind of physical evidence.
So with regard to removing her body from the water,
Shame. That must have been really, really tough to do, even though, I mean, they're trained professionals. They do really well with it. But can you imagine that?
who performed that physical task?
The 2 FBI agents in the water.
And then you said once they get her out of the water, you prepared an area. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, sir. So I prepared an area because it was dirt and gravel and rocks. So I prepared an area to where as soon as she came out, any kind of evidence would be preserved on the sheet.
And at that time, are there big people taking all of this happening?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you taking any pictures of all of this happening?
No.
And so why do we prepare the scene with the sheet and other things? Why do we do that?
I was taught that you never know, so it's evidence preservation. It's the way we collect evidence, and at the time, bodies are it's a piece of evidence.
And so at this time, does that occur? Does the FBI remove the body and then place it on your area where you have it set up?
Yes.
And at this particular time, you said there's a sheet.
Yes.
Okay. And what else is around the sheet or covering? Is there anything else around besides the sheet?
Just the body bag.
Okay. And so with regard to that, the FBI then removes Athena from the water. The role at that point with regard to Athena's body.
I asked the FBI to document Athena the way that I am trained, because that is how I do ours. We talked it out. They took the pictures. We scaled everything. I bagged her hands for any kind of evidence preservation and signed it, and then put her in the bag, and we carried her upstairs.
So let me ask you, said something about bagging her hands. I'm going to ask some questions about that. What does that mean when you bag someone's hands?
So we have brown bags. When you collect evidence, we put them in brown bags. Anytime there's a body involved, any type of DNA or anything that could be possibly on the hands, you put them in brown bags and then you tape them, and then that's kind of like you sealing your evidence for preservation. So that's what that means.
Now, if you know, do you know where the Athena's body ended up from where you took it to where it ended up? Do you know where it ended up?
Medical examiner's office.
And when you have a body bag like that, is there a process by which you go about securing the body bag such that it's not tampered with or opened or anything else?
Yes. So the last pictures of any crime scene, I asked the feds to take the last picture as well. Once a body is placed in a bag, we zip it up, and then we have body bag tags that follow that body. And so at our last pictures that we took were of the tag front and back.
And you said pictures we took, not any pictures that you took. So
That's correct.
So we're on that scene. Do you do that? Do you tag the hands? Or bag the hands? Do you then seal up the body bag at that time?
Yes.
And at that point, and I'm just asking you physically, how does Athena's body in the bag go from where you have it on the creek side, if you will? How does it get to its next location?
The 4 of us carried her up to the van.
So when you say the 4 of you, I'm just going to clarify here. That's you and who else?
3 FBI agents.
And then she went into some form of vehicle?
Yes. the funeral home.
All right. And from that point in time, did you have any more contact with her body or anything to do with that?
No.
So at that point, are you done with your role in the processing of Athena's body?
Yes.
And did you do all of the tagging and things with regard to her hands and the bag like you just talked about?
Yes.
So at that point, we now have had a search of an arrest van on earlier in the day. We've now recovered Athena's body. What is the next step you took in your role as CSI in this case?
So following that, I was contacted by an investigator to process Mr. Horner.
Okay. And so with regard to processing of Mr. Horner, is that processing of his physical self?
Yes.
And where was that conducted?
At the Wise County Jail.
All right. And was that just you in the Wise County Jail? Was there anybody else there?
Sergeant Oliver was there.
You say Sergeant Oliver. Who's Sergeant Oliver?
He was a CID investigator.
And was he also participating in this case with Ranger Espinosa?
Yes.
And so who all else is there to process Tanner Horner?
Just the two of us.
Okay. And when you say process Tanner Horner, what types of things generally did you do to process his person?
So I would take pictures, all four sides, and then document any injuries he may have on his body.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
And was Sergeant Oliver there the entire time as well?
Yes.
Was that the extent of your role in the processing of Tanner Horner?
Yes.
And when was that done? Tell me that again.
That was done just after we recovered Athena.
Okay, so in the evening of the second.
Yes.
All right. So now we've gotten to the evening of the second. Do you do anything else on the second?
No.
Right. When is your next time to participate in any capacity in your employment as a CSI in this case?
May I look at my reports real quick?
Sure.
So it would have been 12/5.
So body recovery on 12/2 and then 12/5 is the next time you participate in this case in any capacity.
Yes.
And what was that?
That is the day that we processed both FedEx trucks.
Okay. Now you've already testified that the FBI has already looked at the arrest vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
To your knowledge, had anybody looked at the abduction vehicle at that time?
No.
So you said that on 12/5, do we have both vehicles we're looking at that day?
May I look at my report right quick?
Sure.
So we just did the van number 1, which you're calling the abduction van.
Okay. And I was going to ask you that if you had a particular deal for it. So in your report, that's referred to as van number 1.
That's correct.
So this abduction vehicle, AKA van number 1, who is participating in the processing of that vehicle?
The FBI ERT and myself.
Okay. And let me just ask you, was this the same process that y'all took when you did the search of the arrest van? I'm assuming that'd be van number 2?
That's correct.
Is it the same process you testified that happened in the search of the first van?
Yes.
So did you participate in any of the evidence collection or anything else, or was that the FBI?
That was the FBI.
Okay. So anything with regard to collection of evidence, we would need to ask the FBI.
Yes.
And your role, was it again what you testified before, essentially as a carrier of evidence from point A to point B?
Yes.
And any evidence that was collected in the van number 1, the abduction vehicle, did you do the same thing with it?
Yes.
And all of that evidence, did you open any of it or mess with any of it at that time?
No.
No. So at that point in time, so what do you do next? That's 12/5. What happens next?
So on 12/15, I was contacted by our property manager, Paige Dobines, to meet her in her property room.
Sorry, Judge, that was me.
Look at the judge, look at the judge. Sorry, Judge. I think that was defense. Mama Bear said earlier that this witness doesn't know what the live chats are saying. I don't know what that was in response to. There we go. Kathleen also answered Mama Bear. They do watch their testimony again, and the live chat is available on replay, and they oftentimes reach out to me and thank me for how kind and professional the chat is, and mature, a place where they can actually watch along, see how they did, get feedback on their testimony versus how their hair looks or just people bullying them or being childish, you know what I mean? So that's why on my channel we have a community standard to make sure, which I think should just be like a human standard, just like be decent, you know what I mean? Snark at the defendant all you like, even though he's, he convicted now, he convicted himself. But for witnesses, no. The judge, counsel, no. Even when sometimes they snark at the defense strategy, it's not how they look, you know what I mean? It's not how, I mean, even with a defendant, half the time we're not looking at just how they look, it's what they did, it's the behavior. But just don't be mistaken that absolutely many witnesses go and look on YouTube, they find the live chat replays on multiple feeds, and they watch to see how they did. And imagine going there and being so disheartened that like, holy crap, I was there fighting for justice for this little girl and people are just commenting on, I don't know, their lipstick, their hair, how they look, what they wore. That can be really disappointing, you know what I mean? So I want to make sure that we're not a bunch of disappointing humans, because there's a lot of those in the world, don't you think? So let's focus on the testimony as we are and see what are the evidence they're going to present today with van 1, the abduction van, van 2, the arrest van, the evidence that they found in it, which I'm sure even though Tanner Horner tried to clean up, yeah, there's probably quite a bit of evidence in that van.
Let me ask you, with regard to what you did on the 15th, who all was there on the 15th?
It was the victim's mother, or the mother's attorney, myself, and Sergeant Paige Dobines.
And so let me show you, Judge Mann.
Yes.
Let me show you what I've marked. States 154. I keep reading this. States 154, 155, 156, 157, and 158. Will you take a second and look at those and tell me if you recognize those?
Yes,
Okay. And who took those pictures?
I did.
And was that on the 15th like you just talked about?
Yes,
And those pictures depict exactly what you saw on that particular day?
yes.
Okay. Judge would have to submit states 154 to 158. My numbers are correct.
No objection.
States Exhibits 154 through 158 are admitted.
And let me ask you, this particular time when they arrive, just give us a general description of what they brought you and what was in the box.
So when I arrived into our conference room at the sheriff's office, I was met with them, and there was a Walmart package on the table.
Okay, cool. And can we? Oh, actually, no. Pause right here. This particular box that we see in this exhibit that we already have up here, states number 10. Is that the same box that you have in those pictures in front of you?
Yes,
Okay. And so that box, I guess, went from that scene to you at this point on the 15th.
Yes.
Don't you think it's interesting that Tanner Horner put the box there at the abandoned house? Because he knows the route. I think he may have, checked out the properties. In my opinion, because he knows the route, he may have seen Athena even playing in a yard before, right? It could be more premeditated than we think. That's speculation. So I speculate that he put this box here. He didn't even mark it as delivered, but he left the parcel there, which had Barbies in it, as we know, right? Shaman, for Athena. But it wasn't where the family was living at the time. They said that was the abandoned, larger house on the property, but they were busy renovating another part of the property, and then there was that outdoor shed area, like a tiny house for the girls, right? So I don't know, just the way that this is just also, in Tanner's own word, tossed there. I find it very consistent with his behavior. Do you know what I mean? Throws the box there. Everything is use and discard, but just throws the box there like, wow, work ethic. And he was one to talk about work ethic. He said in his police interview that since he had his son, when his son was only like 1 year old at the time he got arrested, right? Since he had his son, his work ethic improved, he said. Really? You just drop a package like this, abduct a little girl, kill her, you tell the police your work ethic improved? Are you like, he's so out of touch with everything. But wow, the way he threw this box there like that, threw Athena in the river, and threw her pants, underwear, and sock just on a pile of trash at his house. He just is, it just seems that's another way the jury could see that was him, definitely him. You know what I mean? Anyway, so okay, let's keep going.
Did the box appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you saw it here?
Yes.
And let me ask you. There we go. Is that your picture as well in states number 9?
And all of you that asked if there's a Walmart in this case, yes, there is. There it is. It was a Walmart box that was delivered. So did Tanner Horner go to Walmart for his cleaning supplies? That we don't know. He went to like a Love's truck stop, but he brought Walmart to the abduction scene. Can you imagine? There it is.
Yes.
And then so when that gets there, is your only role with that box just to take some pictures of it?
And to collect it as evidence.
And when you say collected as evidence, what does that mean?
So I document the box, I document what's in the package, and then I package the box up into a Wise County Sheriff's Office bag and seal it.
And so is this your picture as well in states 155?
Yes.
And is this what's in the box?
Yes.
And Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Shame. A set of You Can Be Anything Barbies for Athena. This was a gift for Athena for Christmas that her stepmother had ordered, and Athena never got to see it.
Again with the glasses. Sorry.
I'm going to show you what's been marked states 159.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you a couple of questions about it before we get into it. When you take in evidence and you document evidence, do you put a tag on it?
Yes.
Okay. And that tag, is that your tag that's on that?
Yes.
And also, is that some of your writing also on that box?
This is Sergeant Yaro's writing.
Okay, but you collected it.
That's correct.
Okay. And did you physically put it in that bag?
No.
Okay. Were you with Sergeant Yaro when he put it in the bag?
I was off that day.
Okay. So when you say you collected it, what do you mean you collected it?
So as soon as I collected the evidence, I took it to locker number 1 in Paige's property room.
When you say Page's property room, is that our evidence?
Yes,
So you took it physically
yes,
and you took it to property.
yes,
And it was later actually placed in a bag like this
yes.
by who?
By Sergeant Brett Yaro.
So the item that's in that, do you know what's in that bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that the item you collected?
Yes, sir.
Judge McGoffer states 159.
Your Honor, I object as, may we approach?
No, I'll
Okay. Your Honor, she didn't collect it. We don't have a chain of custody on this. She admitted that she didn't put it in the bag. So how does she know what is in the bag is what was taken to the locker?
Right. Your objection at this point is to stay.
Yeah, that's right. All right. So the next, that's on the 15th, correct?
Yes.
And with regard, what did you do next with regard to this case involving Athena Strand?
And Your Honor, you would also object to having State's Exhibit 158 displayed without the witness testifying to it?
158 has been admitted into evidence.
Exactly, Your Honor, but we would object to them leaving it up on the screen while the witness is not testifying to it.
Oh, that's overruled. Go ahead.
What did you do next? We said you collected the box that you just talked about with the Barbies in it. What did you do next?
So the next day was January 6th. That is when the FBI ERT team met me back at the Wise County Sheriff's Office jail, where the van 1 was, and that's where we called it DNA Day. Is when we searched the van for DNA using an alternative light source.
And so again, kind of the same questions I've asked you before. When the FBI shows up, do you get to participate with the FBI when they're doing their business?
No.
And so with regard to anything they did, we would need to ask the FBI.
Yes.
And then are you similarly, what I asked you before, the carrier of evidence from point A to point B?
Yes.
And so any evidence they collected on that day on January 6th of 2023, I didn't ask you, is that January 6th of 2023?
Yes.
And any evidence they collected, did you open any of it or tamper with it or do anything with it?
No.
Just simply carried it and put it in locket?
Yes.
Do you have any more contact with that evidence from the time at which you carried it and put it in locket?
No.
All right. What do you do next?
The next day is 110. We were advised to take the floor out of van number 1. There were some markings on the victim's face, so that were consistent with the patterns on the floor of the FedEx van.
Well, now you didn't conduct any investigation into any marks on the victim or anything like that, did you?
No.
You were instructed to go and simply take the floor panels out.
Yes.
And was that just you?
Yes, sir.
Who else was with you?
Sergeant Brett Yaro.
And so, what did y'all have to do to remove the floor panels from the field?
May I go to my report?
Yeah. Well, let me just ask you. I'm going to speed this up a little bit here. When you remove them, does that include unscrewing them from the floor?
Yes.
And does that remove, actually physically?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained. No lead your witness.
What do you have to do to remove these panels from the vehicle?
We have to unbolt them from the chassis of the truck and then remove them one by one.
And when that's done, what do you do with them?
We bagged them in brown paper since they were so big and they were in 5 or 6 different pieces. We'd have to bag them separately, and then we tagged them with our initials.
And is that you and CSI Sergeant Yaro?
Yes.
Get all that done, do you then tag those and place them in evidence?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, still leading.
Don't lead your witness.
Once they're all collected and put in the brown paper, what do you do with them?
I take them to locker number 1.
And any other contact with those items?
No,
Now, did you then go back out and take a look at the arrest vehicle in January of 23, at the end of January?
yes, that's correct.
What did you do on late January of 2023?
We were looking for a piece of paper or a sticker, decal of some sort that was placed over the video camera.
Okay. And who were you with?
Sergeant Brett Yaro.
And were you able to locate any evidence?
Yes, we located a number of FedEx tags. We found out that they were actually FedEx
Objection,
tags.
Your Honor. That's
sorry.
based on hearsay.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
We found out that they were FedEx tags, and we collected an abundance of amount of FedEx tags from the FedEx van.
When you say FedEx tags, what are we talking about? Can you describe what a FedEx tag is for the jury?
So it's a small tag that has general information. May I refer to the pictures on the box?
Just give us a general description, then we'll talk.
They have names, sometimes tracking numbers, or a barcode, some sort of identifying marker on it.
And these particular tags, are they as big as a sheet of notebook paper?
No.
Are they small?
Yes.
And these were things you were looking for in the vehicle?
Yes.
How many do you think you collected?
There were quite a few.
What did you do with them when you collected them?
We bagged them, we taped the bag, and we put them into our evidence locker.
With regard to those stickers, do you have any other contact with those once that's done?
No.
All right. What next? What happens next? In your role as a CSI in this case?
That is it for me. That was it for me.
Let me ask you, did you participate in removing the black boxes from these vehicles?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
In the month of January, shortly after removing the floors.
And was it you who removed the black box or someone else?
No, someone else.
Who was that person, if you remember?
He was a trooper, Patrick. That's his first name.
So how does this come about that these black boxes are removed by the trooper? How does that happen?
We were just advised to meet him out there, that he had to pull some information off of the vans, and that there's a black box located in each FedEx van that could have vital information on it.
Did you actually do anything that day or just be present?
No, I was just present.
Now, we've gone through several things so far. Did you do anything else with regard to this case after you observed the trooper pull in the black boxes?
No.
That was at the end of February of 23, is that right?
I'm not really for sure. It was around the January, February. Yes.
So at that point in time, are you still employed as a CSI sergeant at that time?
Yes.
And between the rest of that time, and I guess I ask you, I don't see you in uniform. You're no longer employed by the Wise County Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so when was your last day at the Sheriff's Office?
In October of 23.
Okay. So how many months is that after you were done participating in this case?
7, 8.
7 to 8 months after this. Let me just ask you, were you fired from the SO, the
No.
Sheriff's Office?
No, sir.
Did you resign?
Yes.
What is your status with the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement?
I am no longer a basic peace officer.
Okay. And when you resigned from that, what was your designation when you resigned? Honorable or dishonorable?
Honorable.
Now, I'm going to ask you about this because I'm sure the defense will in a minute. At some point after this, did you have a little bump in your CSI career?
Yes.
And let's talk about that. Were you participating in an investigation into another murder committed in Wise County
Yes.
when this incident occurred?
Yes.
And was that also another murder that was charged as a capital murder?
Yes.
When did that murder occur, if you remember?
In June 2023.
So how many months after you were participating in this case here?
A year and some days.
You said how many?
Oh, I'm sorry. It was in 22. It was, I don't know. I'm not counting.
Several months.
Several months.
And so what we're talking about here, and I'm just going to get into it here with you, was there an incident involving photographs that were taken in that investigation?
Yes.
And is that incident related to who took those photographs?
Yes.
And as far as your being, were you disciplined with regard to these photographs?
Yes.
So let's talk about that. What was the standing order when you went out on that scene with regard to who was supposed to be taking photographs?
I had an intern with me, and the intern was not supposed to take pictures.
Okay. And at that point in time, did you allow the intern to take pictures?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how many pictures it was?
A handful.
And at that time, was that the standing order by the patrol captain at that time?
Yes.
So you didn't do what the patrol captain told you to do?
That's correct.
That's not good, is it?
No.
Now, the problem came up, you were asked later on if you had let that particular intern take those handful of photos. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what'd you tell him?
Told him no.
Okay. That's not true.
It's correct.
And that caused you some problems at the sheriff's office, didn't it?
Yes.
Are you proud of that you said something that wasn't true?
No.
But you did. Did you eventually tell your superiors that what you told them wasn't true at that time?
Yes.
And at that point in time, once you told them that it wasn't true, no longer get to be a CSI.
That's correct.
Sorry. Okay. Pausing quickly. Amy McCammon said he must have seen her before because he said he was afraid of her dad, right? Her dad is a big dude, intimidating to Tanner. Could be. I mean, obviously, you could just generally be making up crap like I was scared that she was going to tell her dad, you know, or just afraid of a dad in general. But I would also lean towards, especially if that was his normal route, that he'd seen Athena before, that he knew the children on his route, which is also a scary thought, and probably saw their dads before, right? Okay.
You weren't fired.
No.
What was your duties after that?
I moved back down to patrol.
And you did that until you resigned in October of 23.
Yes.
Now, that incident happened after the one we're talking about here, correct?
Yes.
And other than that incident, do you have any other issues with regard to you not being accurate and truthful with your superiors?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you have any other incidents where you were not truthful with regard to your superiors?
No.
That's witness.
Cross-examination.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay. There's Tanner Horner. Somebody asked earlier, but why would he plead guilty if it's not to take the death penalty off the table? Well, the death penalty would only be off the table if he got offered a plea deal and accepted it, then the sentencing would likely be life without parole, right? But he decided to plead guilty, which tells me maybe his defense advised him, dude, you don't have a case. They've got everything on video. Like, what do you mean? You even have this whole confession, okay, that you told the police for hours. eventually, what you did. So it could be to somewhat help with a mitigating factor in this penalty phase to say, well, I admitted it. So you don't have to sentence me to death now. I admitted it, just send me away for life. He knows it's going to be between life without parole or the death penalty, right? So I think he did it in an effort to not be sentenced to death, number one. And two, it would limit how much evidence they're going to show to the jury, because they would have shown just so much more if there was a phase 1 and 2. And I think at that point, he would know, well, there's no reason for all of that to come out, whatever it may all be, right? Because it would so likely, almost 100%, be a guilty verdict very quickly anyway. So I think he took control of that and just said, I'll plead guilty. Now, let's see the sentence, right? Vonda, welcome to membership. Welcome to all the new members. Mishai away said, love your coverage. Please help me understand. If you pled guilty, why does this seem like a trial? That means you didn't watch the Burgos Aviles trial with us or Sean Finnegan, Ryan. So if you pleaded guilty, that was for phase 1 of the trial. I've said it every day at the beginning of every stream. So hopefully more people will catch that. There's a 2-phase trial. He pleaded guilty. Now we're in the second part of the trial, which is still a trial. It's kind of 2 trials in one when it's a death penalty case. There's trial 1 and trial 2. You know what I mean? The first trial would be about conviction or not, guilty or not. If guilty, second phase of the trial, which is a whole nother trial. And the angle, the lens, shall we say, of phase 2 would be aggravating factors the state presents along with all the evidence. And then the defense will present mitigating factors, in layman's terms, things to feel sorry for when it comes to him. Like shame, but like his dad wasn't in his life and his mom drank alcohol when she was pregnant, is what the defense already said. This is not me making up things. I wouldn't be talking like that, but they're like, and then he's on the autism spectrum, okay? And he had a lot of stress, all right? Like, okay, all right. So they're going to be presenting that to the best of their ability. This is still the state's case in phase 2. When it gets to the defense's case, oh, you're going to see it. You're going to be like, Tanner was born here and here, and he had the worst upbringing ever, and then all the excuses, you know what I mean? As to why the defense will have to work hard to try to save his life, because it's a life or death matter, which is also why they'd work extra hard. Anyway, I hope I explained that right, okay? Ah, there's no sound for the sidebar. Yeah, and Scott says, the state must be getting this out of the way to soften the blow for the defense. They actually kind of mumbled that, something about the defense, to make sure that they ask this witness, Alise Amy, about her resigning as a CSI in October of 2023 and what the circumstances of that were. Otherwise, all the defense will do is try to discredit her based on that, right?
Miss Amy, how you doing?
Good.
I want to ask you a little bit about your job as an evidence tech. So your job when you were with the Wise County Sheriff's Department was to collect evidence at scenes?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was to photograph evidence at scenes?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree with me that when you have a criminal offense, especially something like a capital murder, that collecting evidence is a must?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you go out and collect evidence, a lot of what you collect would be the physical evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's important to collect all the physical evidence. You would agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Because physical evidence are objects that might establish that a crime had been committed.
Yes, ma'am.
Could provide a link between the crime and the victim.
Yes, ma'am.
And it can also provide a link between the evidence and the suspect, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But would you agree with me that it could also exclude suspects?
Sure.
So when we're collecting evidence in a case, the priority is to do it properly.
Yes, ma'am.
And special care needs to be taken when collecting all evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, with the capital murder case, we have to be, take it up that extra notch. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Because someone's life is on the line in that case. So we want to make sure that everything is done correctly.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you collect evidence, at the time that you collect the evidence, you don't know whether there's going to be a guilty or a not guilty plea, do you?
No, ma'am.
Because at the time you collect the evidence, 9 times out of 10, the case hadn't even been filed yet.
That's correct.
So would you agree with the proposition that you should treat every case when you go out into the field to collect evidence as if that case were going to go to trial?
Yes.
And so when you go out to collect evidence, it's important to do it properly because you don't want any contamination.
That's correct.
And explain to the jury what contamination is.
So anytime if I am collecting something from a crime scene, I need to have proper gloves on, you have to dress properly. If I need to wear booties in this crime scene, they go over your shoes, then I have to wear that. Anything that I can bring outside in or inside out.
Why is that important?
Cross-contamination can ruin evidence.
And
Sorry, quickly want to pause. Somebody said earlier that you wish that this could have been the case for Brian Koberger as well, right, in the Idaho case. That we could have also had a phase like this. Yeah, that's the difference between the state offered him a plea deal and he accepted. So he pleaded guilty as part of a plea deal. Therefore, there was no second phase. This was Tanner Horner deciding on his own, probably being advised by his defense as well, deciding on his own to plead guilty. So here we are in the second phase. If he had been offered a plea deal and accepted it, we wouldn't see any of this. So yeah, I'm glad we can at least watch phase 2 of this trial together, as difficult as the topic is, right?
contamination can happen in a variety of ways. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
That if you're not wearing proper gloves, that if you were to pick up something and hand it to someone else, your DNA could be on that item.
Yes.
And so when it gets placed into evidence, not only has that piece of evidence been contaminated, you could have destroyed any other evidence that may have been on there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so when I picked up my glass and talked about leaving my DNA on that glass, is that what we're talking about when we're talking about contact DNA or trace evidence or something like that?
Yes.
And every time someone handles a piece of evidence, it's possible that new physical evidence could be deposited onto it, right?
It's possible.
And that's why we wear gloves.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why we wear the booties.
Yes, ma'am.
And why we wear the protective gear. And why when collecting evidence or viewing evidence or doing anything like that, it's important to have a clean area to place that evidence on.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you have that clean area to place evidence on, not only do you want the table clean, but you want to put butcher paper down or some sort of protective barrier there, right?
It's possible. Yes, ma'am.
And so sometimes that when evidence is being handled, a tech may inadvertently contaminate a piece of evidence. Do you agree with that?
It's possible. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and not doing it on purpose. Accidents happen. But that's why why it's so important to have that protective gear. Because if you don't have the gloves on, you might have the contamination by touch DNA. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't have a mask on, you could sneeze, you could drip sweat, you could have any sort of respiratory fluids that come out, may contribute to additional DNA on an item.
Yes, ma'am.
And the tools that you use, each of those tools, proper procedure would tell you that you don't use the same tool twice.
Correct.
or you don't use the same tool twice without disinfecting it and cleaning it properly between each use.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk about the packaging of evidence. Evidence has to be packaged in such a way after it's collected that basically just to prevent any contamination or destruction of the evidence, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because, well, let me back up, because contamination, again, could affect the outcome of the case.
Yes, ma'am.
And it doesn't take a lot to contaminate or cross-contaminate an item of evidence, does it?
That's correct.
Would you agree with me that when you put packaging, or I'm sorry, when you put evidence into a package, you also have to make sure that that evidence bag is not contaminated?
That's correct.
And a way to do that is to make sure that, again, everybody wears gloves, personal protective gear. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. With regards to packaging evidence, to avoid contamination, isn't it important that it should be sealed as soon as possible?
Yes, ma'am.
And preferably to seal that evidence at the scene.
It just depends on evidence collection and where it's coming from.
But the main thing is you got to get it sealed quickly because you don't want any opportunity for evidence to become contaminated.
Yes, ma'am.
So let's talk about storing evidence. After evidence is collected, it's important to make sure that it's also stored properly. Would you agree with that?
That's correct.
And part of that proper storage is that items shouldn't be, well, let me back up to packaging. If you have several items, you put all those items in a separate package, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That you don't want to put a suspect's shoe in the same place with a victim's pair of pants, right?
That's correct.
You don't want to put more than one item in a bag because that too can cause contamination.
That's correct.
All right, so when we store the evidence, we want to make sure it's stored in a secure place, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we also don't want to store evidence from a suspect and evidence from a victim in the same place either, do we?
I don't understand your question.
I'll try to ask a better one.
Okay.
All right, when we store evidence in the evidence locker, it would be the better practice not to have any evidence related to the suspect in close proximity to any evidence related to the decedent.
No, ma'am. I mean, they're both in, everything is in its own bag. Everything is sealed before it ever goes into a locker.
Okay. All right, so let's talk about the evidence collection in this case. You were asked to participate in the investigation of this case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you went out to the scene and documented what was going on at the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I believe...
I'm quickly going to pause because there's a few people that have just joined. Welcome. I hope you will like and share. Remember, liking doesn't mean you like the topic or what happened here. You're just liking, which is data-driven, to tell YouTube, yes, show it to more people so they can come and watch with us as a community, right? So you guys are asking, well, what did I miss, right? What did I miss so far on day 4? So far, we just saw a continuation of FBI Special Agent Ross. He was back on the stand. They showed us the FedEx vans and some of the items found in the FedEx van, which they didn't go into more detail about. Cords in the van, stains that they tested and swabbed in the van as well. There was a cross-examination, and then Alise Amy took the stand, CSI, and there was the entire direct examination where the state asked questions. We saw images again of the property where Athena was abducted from, the Walmart box at the house, the Barbies in the box as well. And now we're busy with a cross-examination where, the defense is grilling this witness, I don't know, on contamination. Which I don't think there was any contamination of the items. But you never know. We'll see where this goes. I don't know if this will help their client, hey? Do you think so? I don't think so. He pleaded guilty. We're just in the penalty phase. Is this a mitigating factor, the way they're cross-examining? I don't think so, but at least they're showing they're working hard.
Earlier, you testified that there was an image of the box on the steps.
Yes, ma'am.
You photographed that at the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And you took that into evidence?
No, ma'am.
I thought you testified earlier that you took that and handed it off to Paige Dovines.
That was on the 15th of December. That was not on the day that picture was taken.
Okay, so who actually collected that evidence?
I'm not sure.
And do you know how it got to Paige Dovines?
The day that I met with the victim's mother and her attorney is the day that it got to Paige Dovines.
So now it's your testimony that when this was, that evidence was not seized at the time.
It was not seized the day that picture was taken. No, ma'am, not by me.
And to your knowledge, was that seized by any law enforcement officer on that day?
I'm not sure.
But you do know that you met with the sheriff, or in the sheriff's office with Paige Dovines, Athena's mother, Miss Gandy, and Miss Gandy's attorney, Mr. Varghese. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it was Mr. Varghese who is the one who provided that package to the sheriff.
That's correct.
And on what date was that?
I'm going to pause there. For those also just joining now, the defense is cross-examining this witness, asking about, contamination of evidence and all that. Particularly, I think they're going to grill this witness hard because the state tried to soften the blow because this witness had an honorable resignation in October 2023. There was an issue in another case where she allowed an intern to take photos, like at a crime scene, which was not allowed. The intern was not supposed to be allowed to take photos. She allowed the intern to take photos, and then when they asked her about it, she lied. She said, no, that didn't happen, but it did happen. The intern took photos. But that was a different case, right? And so that has been addressed. And so I think, the defense will be like, ooh, there's something there's something we can bring up and try to discredit this witness entirely, right? Anyway, so I hope that those of you joining now, you'll know you didn't miss too much today. And I'm glad to have you here now. Just stay with us. You don't have to go back or something. Just stay with us present time, and we'll take it from there.
It's on 12/15.
So that was 13 or 15, 16 days after that photo was taken?
Yes.
Part of your job in this case was also to serve a warrant on Mr. Horner at the jail. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Your job was to collect his DNA?
No, ma'am.
Or to collect a buccal swab?
No, ma'am. That was not me.
Okay, so you were present when the buccal swab was collected?
No, ma'am. I was not.
Who was present when?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
So, but you did process Mr. Horner, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you took photos of him?
On 12/2, yes, ma'am.
During the time that you took photos of him, he didn't try to fight you, did he?
No.
Didn't resist you in any way?
No.
Didn't try to commit any act of violence against you?
No.
He was cooperative?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, didn't cuss or yell at you?
No, ma'am.
He just did everything?
He was so polite, you guys. He was a really polite child killer. Every time they tried to bring up the Tanner, was just like, he didn't argue, he didn't cuss, he didn't this or that, Yeah, I don't think that counts for anything, right? Dale Liesel said she did come clean afterwards. Yes, she did. Thank you for saying that. I didn't add that. And I hope that she can recover her career, Teresa Moyer said, so outside this case, they get to bring in her error from a different case? Wow, that's a low blow, defense. I know, right? Shame, defense.
Everything that he asked, or that you asked him to do, correct?
There was some resistance, but yes, ma'am, in the end, it was okay. Yes, ma'am.
But at the end of the day, he respected your authority as the person from the sheriff's office.
Yes, ma'am.
were you with the Sheriff's Department?
At its entirety,
Yes.
a little over 2 years.
During that time, were you ever involved in what we call an evidence view, where the defense attorneys come in and view the evidence that was collected in a case?
No, ma'am.
Are you aware that there are times when defense attorneys want to come in and collect evidence, view the evidence that was collected in a case?
I've heard of such, but I don't know what they are. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we might be able to break here because I understand the lunch.
They're not here yet, so let's.
Oh, okay. May I approach the court reporter?
Yes.
I really like the way the judge, just his tone sets the boundary alone. He doesn't have to say much. Judge, I think it's a good time to break here. They're not here yet. The lunch has not arrived yet, so the judge is like, he doesn't even have to say, no, we're not taking lunch now. The lunch isn't here yet. Understand this might be, no, he's just like, they're not here yet because carry on, defense, carry on. We'll break for lunch when we break for lunch. Latte Lucid, thank you, G, for that recap on this witness. I had to step away for a bit and only heard bits and was confused. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your support. Yeah, we know, hey, if the defense can find room to discredit someone, they will, even if they made a mistake in a different case, admitted to it, and all of that. You know what I mean? They're like, ooh, there's something. They were naughty once upon a time, huh? Yeah, we're going to bring that up. We're going to grill them on their credibility. I just don't think it helps their client's case at all, especially because he's already pleaded guilty. This would just be about punishment. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think anyone's arguing the evidence at this point. You know what I mean? Okay, so let's quickly see what else you guys say while I paused here. Let's see how long they're still going to go. Well, they're still going to go for a few minutes, still a little bit, and then they break for lunch, and hopefully we can skip over most of that, hey? That's pretty cool. I say that because that's obviously why we start later, but today they'd redacted quite a bit already from what the public saw. There was about 35 minutes that was just staring at the wall. So I'm not too sure what they said or did in that time. I don't know if they played the audio or not, or the video from the from the FedEx truck or not. But they definitely redacted quite a bit today. Shame the defense at the court coffer. Penny, holy crap, you just bought me 10 delicious coffees. Thank you so much. I might go make a coffee just now. Hey, I've got this mug today, which is also actually pink. It's got a butterfly inside it too. Somewhere here, wait. There you go. Yeah, the other one's in the dishwasher. Thank you so much for spoiling me with coffees. Yeah, the defense attorney is the court coffer today. Sorry about that. And what else did I want to say? Oh yeah, I wanted to say, when they're like, oh, but he was so polite. I don't think that ever works, because if anyone's ever watched any case, ever, we know that serial killer Rex Heuermann, I mean, he was polite, charming and polite, like Ted Bundy, Chris Watts. I don't know, we can name all of them. They're polite, right? They didn't resist, they didn't cuss. They were nice, right? Yeah, absolute freaking monsters. Anyway.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as, or offered into evidence as State's Exhibits number 120 through 122. Did you take these items, or did you process these items and collect them as evidence in this case?
No, ma'am. Let me refer to my report, please, if you don't mind.
Okay.
If there's any lawyers in chat, let me know. from my research, because a lot of people are asking like this, Apostle Mom said, question, if he had gone to trial, something always comes up after the defense uses to push appeals, wondering if these phases the defense could attempt to appeal if the jury gives him the death penalty. So I've seen that come up a lot, that some people say it as part of his guilty plea, not a plea deal, that the fact that he pleaded guilty would mean that if the jury, and then the judge, of course, decides to sentence him to death, that because he pleaded guilty, there won't be that automatic appeal that happens if sentenced to death. However, from my research, and I'm not a lawyer, so if there's lawyers in chat, which there often are, let me know. Okay, don't guess. If you're actually a lawyer and you know, let me know. So even though he pleaded guilty, if the jury decides to sentence him to death, and the judge takes what they recommend and also sentences him to death, according to Texas law, an automatic direct appeal to the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals happens. So it's automatic that there will be that automatic direct appeal if he's sentenced to death. Right? There will be other issues that him and his defense could raise on appeal, but because it's a DP case, yeah, there will be that automatic process. I think it would happen for everyone who's sentenced to death, because yeah, that's the most severe punishment you could possibly get, right? Okay.
That was collected by the FBI ERT team.
All right, so I want to. Now, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as defendant's exhibits number 11 through 15, and I'd like you to take a look at this, please.
That's true. Stefan said in the Burgos Aviles trial, remember that? There was a specific DP advisor there, but he didn't plead guilty. I remember that. Yeah, okay, good memory there, Stefan. So there will be an automatic direct appeal if sentenced to death, even though he pleaded guilty, which makes sense. Actually, they would have to just check that all out, right? And in Texas, apparently it's a lengthy process if someone is sentenced to death to actually get to execution. It could take 10 to 20 years. They mostly use lethal injection there at this point, but yeah. Who knows? I mean, it could be a long time on death row if Tanner Horn is sentenced to death. That must be quite hectic as well, hey? No matter who you are and what you did, to be sitting there and then if the jury says, yep, death penalty, and if the judge sentences you to death, that must be quite something to process, hey? Anyway, 10 to 20 years, then there could still be laws that change and things that happen along the way. So still, I would say the worst case scenario would be that even if that gets downgraded, it would be life without parole then. We see that happen sometimes, right? Okay.
Now, on defense exhibit number 11, does your name appear on that as receiving this evidence or having anything to do with the evidence that was included in this?
Yes, so this tag states that I received it from the FBI and put it into our RMS system at the Sheriff's Office.
All right, so I'd like you to take a look at defense 12 through 15, and look at states 120 through 122.
Okay. I'm not sure what I'm looking at.
Do those appear to be the same items?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, defense offers defense exhibits 11 through 15, and I have given copies to the state too.
State.
Wayfaring, sorry, Dropkick, I meant to click this one. A wayfaring stranger said lethal injection cost taxpayers at least $1 million to the pharmaceutical companies. Bring back the electric chair. And that just made me think, for people in countries where they have the death penalty, if they get sentenced to death, I think there's nothing more frightening for those people than the electric chair. I mean, Ted Bundy peed his pants. He was so scared. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think they should bring that back. Yes.
I'm sorry, defense exhibits 11 through 15 are admitted.
May I publish your own?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to cut to the chase on this one, Miss Amy. When we are looking at, All right, so let's take a look at defense exhibit. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. I'm sorry, I'm not very technologically advanced. All right, so we're looking at the evidence bag, and this is the evidence bag that would have been given to you to place in the locker.
Yes, ma'am.
And it shows the handwriting and the chain of custody from whoever collected the evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we talked about the importance of using protective gear when looking at evidence. And you talked about the importance of having a clean surface and having butcher paper between the item and the surface. In states or defense exhibits number 13, 14, and 15, do you see any butcher paper on the table?
No, ma'am.
And it's important to have butcher paper on the table because that can reduce the possibility of cross-contamination, correct?
Yeah, I can't answer why they didn't put it down. I mean, I wasn't there for that.
But I'm saying that it's important to have it there to reduce the chance of cross-contamination.
Yes, ma'am.
So evidence that was left on the table that has not been either sterilized or that doesn't have butcher paper, or if an officer didn't change his gloves routinely, as in between every item, there's a possibility that this piece of evidence could become contaminated.
It's possible, yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to hand you what has been marked as defense exhibits 23 through 28. That right, Ron?
Yeah.
Miss Amy, if you'll look at 23 to 28, I'd like you to. Do you recognize 23 to 28?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll offer defense 23 to 28. I have given you copies of all of them that we were. Oh, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, we're going to object to these unless it's stated by the defendant exactly when these were taken, because it's our belief they were taken into evidence review when the defendant was there, and none of these items were tested.
You need to lay the proper predicate. The objection's sustained.
All right, so when, Judge, I'll hold this off and I'll talk to Mr. Yaro about it.
Okay.
But I will talk to you about what happened with the paneling, because you were present with the paneling. And may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Defense Exhibits 29 and 30. Is that your handwriting on the first one?
Yes, ma'am.
And so do you recognize your handwriting and the
Yes, ma'am.
description of the item?
Yes, ma'am.
When you package something and when you store evidence, you would agree with me that it's important to store it in such a way that it does not become destroyed or tampered with or any way changed.
That's correct.
And so when you store something, you want to make sure that it's not in any water, not in any other liquid, because that could cause contamination, correct?
Sure.
I want you to look at Defense Exhibit number 30. Not to sneeze, I'm sorry. Your Honor, I'm going to offer, or do you recognize State's Exhibit number, or Defense Exhibit number 30?
I don't.
Okay. And I will, let me get another one for you.
Okay.
When you processed the van, was it just you or who else was involved?
Sergeant Brett Yaro.
I'm sorry?
Sergeant Brett Yaro.
Okay, then I'll hold off on these until Mr. Yaro takes the stand. Miss Amy, the last thing that I really want to talk to you about is your disciplinary action that you had with the Weiss County Sheriffs. You had been accused of not telling the truth to your superior officer about who had taken those photos, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you had received a complaint, and that was just one of the incidents that was listed, right?
The complaint about the pictures?
Yes.
That was the only.
If we're going to go outside the court's ruling on this.
Well, let me see where we're going. Go ahead.
So as a part of your complaint, you were accused of violating a rule of conduct regarding truthfulness, correct?
That's correct.
You were given the opportunity to provide a response to that complaint, right?
That's correct.
After you provided the response, you had a chance to sit down with your captain at the time, is that right?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, ma'am. I'm not for sure.
And then after you met with that captain, you were given the opportunity to revise your response regarding the truthfulness, correct?
That's correct.
You revised that response, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you admitted during the revised response that you had, in fact, not been truthful.
Yes, ma'am.
Which again, for those only joining now, if you didn't hear the earlier testimony, would be about a completely different case. And Alise allowed an intern to take pictures. And the intern was not allowed to take pictures. And when asked about it, initially, Alise said, nope, no, the intern didn't take pictures. What do you mean? But later, she admitted the intern took pictures, right? So, that is what the defense is going on about. Completely different case. Anyway, okay.
I'm sorry, Miss Amy, I just want to go back. Were you the one that had processed the arrest van?
I assisted the FBI. I did not physically process.
Okay.
No.
Did you take any items from the arrest van into custody?
Whatever the FBI ERT team collected, they collected it, and I walked it to our CSI locker.
Were you observing the collection of that evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you were with the arrest van, one of the items that they collected was a backpack, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was a Dragon Ball Z backpack?
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Just got a couple of questions. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 8, which has already been admitted.
So was the Dragon Ball Z backpack, was that Tanner Horner's? Is that what they're saying? Oh, I'm just curious. Right? Okay. Janelle said, I'm confused as to why this attorney is going through this line of questioning in the penalty phase. I think everybody is. Well, like, how does this help in this phase of the trial? How does it help your client, ma'am? I mean, maybe it just shows they're working hard, and that Tanner can't say that his attorneys did not work hard for him in the penalty phase. Right? Okay.
The evidence.
Can you change that back, please?
Oh, there you go.
Sure. This picture that you took on the scene of this box, Deputy Amy, I'm gonna have you read that middle number on the box. What's that middle number on the box right there under TRK number? What's that number?
6184-8685-6845.
Let me show you States 156. Is that the same number?
Yes, sir.
Same box?
Yes, sir.
Same box as you took a picture of? It was provided to you later on by an attorney and Mrs. Gandy, mother of Athena Strand.
Yes.
That's further, Your Honor.
Ms. Anderson?
When you took the photos at the scene, was the box open?
At the house?
At the house, yes.
No, ma'am.
And when you took the photo at the sheriff's department after that box had been delivered, when it was received, had it been opened?
May I look at these pictures one more time? Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Mr. State,
None further, Your Honor.
may Ms. Amy be excused subject to any potential recall?
Final state, Your Honor.
Good with the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Your lunch is here, so we'll start up at 12:45, okay? See you then.
12:45. All right. Let's see if they say anything else. Doesn't look like it. So, Kathy Russin from Law and Crime said on X, thank goodness the judge is not allowing the audio from the FedEx van to be played by the media in the Texas versus Tanner Horner trial. In the state's opening, they said that Horner had covered up the camera inside the van, but the audio was running as he was violently attacking 7-year-old Athena Strand for an hour. So, they're not going to be streaming that, which I'm very grateful for, especially because you just don't want that on the internet forever in the wrong hands, or for the family to just come across it all the time on the internet, you know what I mean? But they did say they are going to play it for the jurors and the people in the courtroom. So now the judge would have to advise the family, listen, this is what we're going to play now. It's your choice to be in the courtroom or not. I feel so bad for those jurors because you can't unhear that. And they would first see a portion, because it recorded for an hour. They said that Athena was killed within an hour of being abducted on November 30th of 2022, right? And there was a portion that recorded video and audio. And then Tanner Horner covered the camera, which shows he knew exactly what he was doing, right? And so covered the camera and the audio kept recording. And they said in opening statements, if you missed it, go check out the state's opening statements, because what the prosecutor described just sounded so horrific, saying that you could hear however many pounds he is, a 220-pound man attacking this little girl, and the thumping and him trying to kill her multiple times in that time that the audio was recording. And so it's an hour-long recording that the jury would have to hear. So I don't know at what point they're going to be. I don't know what they redacted earlier, if it was just items that they had swabbed or what, because they redacted already 35 minutes today. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Kathleen said she's young. I hope she can recover her career in some way. I hope so as well. She seems very passionate about her job. We're talking about the CSI that just testified, right? Stefan said the defense might argue in the closing, Tanner made a mistake. We all make mistakes, right? Even the CSI technician made a mistake. That's so true. They might argue that. They might argue that. Oh, man. But now we also, I hope then the state, of course, can bring it. I'm sure they will and be like, this is not a mistake. This was planned. Meaning, even in the moment, if you saw Athena, right? The way that he abducted her, the way that he covered up the camera, the way that he lied to the police, send them off to that bamboo forest or whatever. My goodness. Okay, so they just now, they said 12:45, right? That's what the judge said? Well, it's 5 minutes from now. That's pretty cool. Okay. So 5 minutes from now, they will be back. So that's great. Let us refresh this feed. And I just want to show you something quickly, which is perfect for 5 minutes. Let me get it. This one. Okay. This one. I want to show you this quickly here. So this says the date is wrong on here. It's supposed to be 2023. Voire, Somerset Injury Law Group. Athena Strand's mother files wrongful death lawsuit against accused killer, FedEx, and Big Top Spin. And this is still ongoing. A lot of people ask about this still, like what was the outcome? There's no outcome yet, from what I understand. It's separate to the trial, and it's still, of course, I mean, obviously it's separate to the trial. It's a wrongful death lawsuit that Athena's parents have filed against Tanner Horner, FedEx, and Big Top Spin. Big Top Spin was the company that Tanner worked for, and that he was a contract worker for FedEx through this Big Top Spin company. So FedEx is still liable because, I mean, he had a FedEx van and a FedEx uniform, was delivering for FedEx. So I see, sometimes in chat people maybe work for FedEx and then they feel really protective and defensive. But I mean, so many things have happened in other cases too. Unfortunately, there can be rotten apples no matter in what job one is in. And unfortunately, in this scenario, he was driving for FedEx. And so if people say, but it was Big Top Spin that didn't do the correct checks. Okay, but FedEx used that company, you know what I mean? So they still are part of this, definitely. And that's why the family is also including them in the wrongful death lawsuit. Jen Alrod said, OMG, praise to the jury. That would be so hard to listen to. Yeah. Athena Strand's mother files wrongful death lawsuit, as we said. Yeah. Decatur, Maitland Gandy, the mother of Athena Strand, has filed a wrongful death lawsuit against FedEx, Big Top Spin, and Tanner Horner, the delivery driver indicted for kidnapping and killing her 7-year-old daughter. The 18-page, strongly worded lawsuit was filed on Friday, February 17th, in the 271st, so that would be 2023, District Court in Wise County as an intervener in a lawsuit filed in December by Athena's father, Jacob Strand. The suit seeks fair and reasonable compensation for acts and omissions that led to the murder of Gandy's daughter. This lawsuit is about Athena Strand, a vibrant young girl, this is a quote now, who deserves to have her memory live on for the good that she brought to the world, the lawsuit states. It's about a life that was taken senselessly, a child who could have been any of ours. It's about a loss that could have and should have been prevented. It's about implementing better hiring, training, and supervising practices to prevent vicious killers from arriving at our doorsteps bearing an insignia that has been cultivated to instill trust. It is about preventing $1 billion organizations from insulating themselves from liability by using fly-by-night contractors instead of acknowledging the responsibility they bear when we trust them to come onto our property, to our doorsteps, and even inside our homes. On November 30th of 2022, Athena was playing in the front yard of her father's Paradise home in Wise County, Texas, when she went missing. Wise County Sheriff's deputies later learned that FedEx Ground has delivered a package of You Can Be Anything Barbies to the home around the time that Athena disappeared. Law enforcement determined the FedEx route that serviced Athena's home had been contracted to Big Top Spin, a Dallas-based delivery contract operating for FedEx. The driver of the FedEx truck was Tanner Horner. He later admitted to kidnapping and killing Athena and disposing of her body. The lawsuit accuses FedEx and Big Top Spin of negligence in the hiring of Horner by failing to properly investigate his criminal history, mental history, and prior employment history, failing to properly train and supervise him, and failing to implement and enforce safety policies and procedures. The suit also accuses FedEx of negligently hiring Big Top Spin, failing to properly investigate the company's hiring practices and procedures, and failing to properly supervise the company. The lawsuit also lists numerous examples of SA and murder alleged to have been committed by FedEx drivers in recent years across the country. Shame. FedEx has a problem, a big one, said Benson Varghese, managing I don't know if it's Varghese or Varghese. Sorry about that. Managing partner at the Varghese Somerset. There is a pattern that can no longer be ignored. The company has the resources to ensure its drivers and contractors are properly vetted, trained, and supervised. No parent should have to bury a child because of gross negligence. Tanner Horner should have never been given a FedEx uniform or a delivery van. Someone also said earlier in their state, FedEx drivers would have to wear the FedEx shirt and pants, and Tanner was just wearing jeans. So they said that he was lazy for just wearing jeans and naughty. Is that true? Is that so? Would they have to normally wear the whole outfit or what? Not that that really matters. I was just curious now as I read that. Okay. It says Ty Stimpson, partner at Varghese Somerset, said Maitland's hope is that this litigation will bring about a systemic change in the hiring, training, and supervision of big delivery companies and their contractors. Maitland's life mission now is to make sure that what happened to Athena never happens to another child, Stimpson said, and for everyone to remember Athena as the vibrant little girl that she was. Because of pending litigation, neither Varghese Somerset Injury Law Group nor Maitland Gani will have further comment at this time. An official copy of the lawsuit as well as public information about the case events can be found at. And I do actually have that. I thought we were going to have a longer break because of the redactions that happened today and then the lunch break, so I was going to read you this. But this is now the 20-page document about this lawsuit, right? This wrongful death lawsuit. And so, shame, they've got this picture here. They said this lawsuit is about Athena Strand, a vibrant young girl who deserves to have her memory live on for the good she brought to the world. Shame. And then here they give examples of other incidents that happened with FedEx drivers. When FedEx is trying to say, we're not responsible at all for anything here, not at all. They're like, okay, FedEx contract driver charged with essaying a woman in a van in Middleborough. And here they said Virginia FedEx worker busted for baffling murder of non-profit founder. So they're giving some examples there as well, right? Okay. So that's what I wanted to show you there. Let's quickly have a look now if they're back, because they said 12:45 they'd be back, right? Which now, at the time, if you're watching live with me, is 12:47. So they should be back any minute. So I'm going to bring the court feed back up. Okay. We'll do it like this, and we'll just wait. Unless, I don't know, if they're going to be redacting. Well, no, they're going to play the audio, right? Okay. Let's see what you guys are saying about what I just said. Let me also just check a few things here. Okay, here we go. All right. So if any of you wonder how are we able to just like skip over lunch breaks like that, well, we start later on purpose, right? If you're just joining now. We start later on purpose so that we don't have to stare at the wall for an hour. We could just usually just skip right over lunch. There's been quite a few redactions today. If they are going to redact a whole hour again or more, we'll see if we maybe have to do a part 2. Probably not. I would maybe just read you that document and hope that my voice holds up, hey? So here and there it goes. Here and there it goes. Okay, so let's quickly see. Kay Wilson said FedEx can take it up with big top spin. Common Queen said, I worked for FedEx. They subcontract all FedEx ground to companies that franchise the name. Right? Yeah. There's other people that have been in chat as well that said the same thing. That also worked or work for FedEx. Zaza Sky said, I agree with Benson Varghese. It is gross negligence. It's so frightening, you know. I think sometimes people try to, you know, I don't know, they try to deal with just how frightening it is by saying, no, like this, whatever reason they come up with. But it's really, truly frightening to think that a FedEx driver was there to deliver a package and abducted 7-year-old Athena and murdered her within an hour and then just dumped her body in the river. Like, what the hell? And then took some of her clothing home and just put that on a pile of trash. I mean, it really is the worst of the worst. That's truly stranger danger, you know? And Athena was taught at school that her last journal entry was about stranger danger. Tanner said that she said to him, are you a kidnapper? And then people say, well, how did he get her in the van? Apparently there's footage that shows that he put his hand over her mouth and said, don't scream or I will hurt you. And then he picked her up and put her in the van. So that's really scary. Mrs. Etchwa said UPS has branded socks too. Is that so? Okay. Gail D said there's no amount of compensation that would make this right. Hopefully it'll make big companies do background checks for employees. At the time though, you know what I ask? Just, I wonder what they would have found on his record. Because from what I understand, it was only after he was arrested for this case that then other people came forward with information that he had SA'd them. And then he was formally charged with 3 other SA charges. And the victims were minors at the time. So what did he have? What, like, you know what I mean? I think sometimes people like him could unfortunately slip through the cracks a little bit. Or what? Montana Sunshine said, I now see a FedEx or UPS, I think of Athena. Okay, they are not back yet. Let's see what's going on here. 12:45, they said. And then Billy Marie said, I wouldn't want to eat, then listen to that. I would probably throw up. Imagine, hey. Let's quickly see what's going on. Let's quickly see this as well. 1 second. Huh. Okay, not that, not that. Okay. We wait. Lost in Space said, had no idea there was audio of the torture and murder. Terrible. Yes. That is so scary, right? Wu-Tang Alex said, Athena's law idea, forcing companies where there's any interaction with kids to do checks. Yeah. Okay, they're supposed to be back right now. They said 12:45, so it's 12:51 right now, live. The local time there. So, you know, I wonder what the outcome of that wrongful death lawsuit will be. Because, unfortunately, I mean, I do think it's worth filing, especially to make companies learn to, like, really improve your risk assessment. But if they had even better risk assessment, would Tanner Horner have stood out? Because I don't think he had a criminal record before. I don't think so. He doesn't even now. I think it's allegations and charges. He's been charged, not convicted of those other counts, right? Not that Mickey said, I applaud the judge for not allowing audio or video streaming of Athena being tortured and murdered. Yes, you said that's re-victimizing her memory. Yes, thank you so much, not that Mickey. It would just be inappropriate, I think, to just put on the internet. You know what I mean? There's certain things that just wouldn't be. Okay. Crafty Girl said, they said there was no evidence of SA. That's according to the medical examiner's findings, right? But as we've discussed yesterday and the day before, that would be likely based on the medical examiner finding no injuries to show there's signs of SA. You know what I mean? But the state said there was DNA in places where it should not be on any victim, especially a child, right? Okay. Seashore said, please don't lump UPS in with FedEx. Well, they're just delivery companies, right? People are just talking about that in general. I think everybody would just have to be careful. Not to make stigmatize delivery drivers or anyone in any job. It's just, this is the worst case scenario of what could happen. So scary. Paige said, I can't believe FedEx still let him to continue work with getting those charges. Well, I don't think he did have charges while working, right? I don't think so. Okay, I see movement. Raven Wolf Moon, thanks for being a member for 18 months. Comet Queen said FedEx does have something to do with this. It's their name and they franchised it. I agree. I mean, sorry, so this might scare some people, trigger warning, because I'll be talking about airplane crashes. A lot of people might be scared of flying. I'm a former airline pilot that I worked at South African Airways for 9 years, right? If an aircraft crashes and then there's an investigation and they find it was actually the fuel supply, I mean, the airline is still liable, you know what I mean? Even if they contracted out whatever it is, engineers, where they got the fuel, whatever it is, the airline is still liable. So if FedEx is contracting their drivers, they're still liable for what happens when the driver who is contracted is wearing a FedEx uniform in a FedEx van with FedEx recording equipment on the job delivering FedEx packages, right? They're going to have to be included, be liable somehow, because it's still their responsibility. Let's quickly see. Sweet said, sorry if asked, but will he be prosecuted for the other charges in a different case? Here at Grizzly True Crime, we don't say words like schmurder, red rum, grape, or any crap like that. Sorry about that, but we just do not. I hate it so much. I hate it. Because I think it minimizes what it actually is. If you want to, you could just say murder and just put M with a star. M star RDER. You know what I mean? We could censor the words to try our very best to play along with PG-13 YouTube. You know what I mean? We could try, but let's not invent a whole nother language. It's just like a pet peeve of mine. I'm not attacking you, okay? It's just a pet peeve of mine. I can't help it. I can't help it. I can't see any more words like that. I'm going to go crazy. Okay. She-Bear, you're asking a personal question and you're a member. And if you had member streams, you know that we have a section where you can ask me questions like that, which I've already answered many times. So check out my members only playlist if you guys are curious about my life or whatever it is. You can also check out my website, grizzlytruecrime.com. There's an About Me section over there. And you can join Patreon, where you see plenty of behind the scenes. I take you with when I go traveling around. I did in the Netherlands, I did in Switzerland. So make videos for you, take you with, show you map time, things like that. So check that out. If you haven't yet, it's $1 per month for Patreon, right? Ellen said, by covering the camera, he for sure was not delusional or psychotic in any way. Right? It shows that he knew right from wrong, definitely, even if he's claiming to be in an alternate personality state, which he calls an alter ego, which are two different things. There we go. What are we seeing now? Yeah, no. He still very much knew right from wrong by covering the camera before doing what he did. Right? Okay. Simply Felicity, I disagree. I think they are. I think they are in a wrongful death lawsuit. It must be addressed as well. It must just be addressed. No one's saying, that's it, you will be paying $1 million right now, FedEx. I just think it's an important conversation to have. And sometimes when families of victims of crime, for example, file wrongful death lawsuits, right? I think it would be to bring about an important conversation about increasing risk assessment, which can never, to me, risk assessment can only be helpful in every scenario. I love risk assessment, and I think it could be helpful no matter what, to just never be complacent in any field. In the airline, we learned that complacency is a killer. Don't be complacent. Don't just be like, I don't know what the hiring process would be like for big Topspin or FedEx, but maybe it should be just up to one notch, eh? We're going to go to the court feed now. We're on it. I'll just pause it quickly. Bridget said Amazon now has some drivers use their personal vehicles. Interesting. Interesting. Thank you so much, Bridget. Okay, let's go forward a few seconds here.
16, sir.
Hey, excuse me.
16.
They just started just like that. They showed us this, and then off they went to the witness. Let's just wait a few seconds here. RX4UQT2. Thank you for your $2 sticker. Oh, man. Corey Lynn said, I think this video is going to be the difference for the jury in the death penalty. They are going to have to see and hear exactly what happened. I can't imagine. I'm so glad we don't have to see and hear it, right? I think it will traumatize one for life. Almost there. Hello.
Witnesses is Mr. Berry. Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Yaro, will you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court?
Yes, sir. I'm Sergeant Brett Yaro. It's BRETTYARO. I've been in law enforcement for 16 years at the Sheriff's Office the whole time. I've been on SWAT, K-9, Patrol for the last 8 years. Been in crime scene. I'm currently the supervisor and the head over our crime lab there at the county, and also a fingerprint expert in the state of Texas.
And how long is your total number of law enforcement years experience?
16.
And before becoming a law enforcement officer, did you work in any other fields?
Did I work in a law enforcement related job or?
No. Did you become a law enforcement officer later in life? I guess?
I had a first career, sir, as a motorcycle racer.
Gotcha. And since you've been on the force at Wise County, you described a number of different jobs that you've held, but with it for I believe you said the last 8 years, what have you been primarily doing?
Working in crime scene, sir.
Okay. And when you say you're working in crime scene, can you kind of describe for the jury what you mean by that?
Yeah, so in our county, we have a little bit of a smaller county. So what that means for us is the jobs are more specialized and we do more jobs within that job. So I work on fingerprints for the county. I collect fingerprints. I process fingerprints. I put fingerprints in the computer, do comparisons. Along with the fingerprinting, we do pattern analysis on the fingerprints and other things like that. So we deal with patterns. We deal with friction rate detail as far as the fingerprints go.
Oh, Investigator Yaro, I'm going to slow you down just a little bit, okay? Because the court reporter's got to take down everything you're saying. So if you
My bad.
just slow down a little bit, but keep going.
And then as far as crime scene goes, I have a number of certs from the state, from Texas A&M. So I have a forensic cert, I have a crime scene investigator cert, photography certs, blood pattern analysis. I run our AFIX fingerprint computer, which is attached to AFIS, our state system. I also am the head over our lab, and what that basically means is I do a lot of house cleaning over there. We're constantly keeping the place clean. We're working on all the different types of equipment that we have in there and working with them. So if a scene comes available, which is very broad for us, what that means is I will work anything from a sexual assault to a large-scale robbery to suicide and homicide. So we wear a lot of hats, under the same umbrella.
And since the time you've been in crime scene work, you and I have done a number of cases together. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Including a number of homicide cases.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Yes, sir.
Sustained. Let's move on.
Well, with regard to that, you're familiar with investigating homicide cases, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as part of that, your training, have you been called upon to take what is known as buccal swabs from potential suspects?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain for the jury what you mean by that?
A collection of a buccal swab is we're basically taking a DNA swab. It's going to be from inside the cheek area of the mouth. 2 swabs normally. They're rotated up and down between the top of the gum and the bottom of the gum line. On the cheek on the outside, the swabs are being rotated. You actually rub vigorously while you're doing that. And then they're contained in a special sealable swab that is aerated so that it won't mold or anything like that once it's put into evidence, and then they're sealed in evidence envelopes.
And so let me go back to November 30th of 2022. And then I guess leading up through December 2nd of 2022, were you somewhat incapacitated during that period of time?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain to the jury what was going on?
Yes, I was out with COVID.
Okay. And because of that, your trainee essentially was...
Objection, Your Honor, that's leading.
Let me hear the question.
Who was working for you in the crime scene investigation unit there at the sheriff's office at that time?
Sergeant Amy.
Okay. And was she... tell us whether or not she was still in training or what where she was in her career at that time.
So she was working through the FTO process in the crime lab.
Okay. And who was her FTO as far as in the crime lab?
That would be me, sir.
Okay. And but because you were incapacitated, were you able to do that at that time? On those particular days?
No, sir.
Okay. So when was the first day back for you after you were recovering from the COVID?
I don't recall the exact date, to be honest with you.
Were you there by December the 5th of 2022 when the two vans were processed by the FBI?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So were you able to observe that process as it was taking place?
Yes.
And with regard to that particular day, were you also called upon to execute a warrant for buccal swabs on a person by the name of Tanner Horner?
Yes.
And do you see the person that you know to be Tanner Horner here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
And could you identify him by where he is sitting in the courtroom and describe what he's wearing?
Yes, sir. He's sitting at the end of the table there, the defendant table. It's going to be gray shirt, gray tie, light gray pants, black shoes.
Okay. And
That's the color it looks like to me.
I'd ask the record to reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
Record will so reflect.
And sometime in the afternoon of December 5th, 2022, did you receive a warrant to take those buccal swabs from the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir.
And after receiving that warrant, what did you do?
We went ahead and processed the subject, sir.
Okay. And did you take a couple of pictures while you were in the room collecting the buccal swabs from the defendant?
I did, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 179, 180, 181, and 182. State's 179, is that a photograph of the warrant that you were operating under?
Yes, sir.
State's 180, what is that a photograph of?
Of Horner, sir.
And you're talking about the defendant?
Tanner Horner, yes.
And was that on this date at the time you were taking the swabs?
Yes.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit number 181, what is that a photograph of?
It's a photograph of my property sheet that I filled out, and it's 4 envelopes containing all of the buccal swabs that it contained.
And then
Whoa. Hey, Leah Matthews. Holy crap. Thank you for the $100 super sticker. You said, despite the defendant's record, would this still be categorized as a crime of opportunity? Thoughts, Grizzly? I think so. I don't know. Possibly. Thank you. I really appreciate your support.
in State's 182, is that the actual report?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Don't lead your witness.
Go ahead and tell me what that is, please.
This is my property report sheet, sir.
And does that document when those swabs were taken and that you were the one that took them into property?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I'm just looking at what I missed while I was just up for a stretch and getting... Yeah, I've got this mug again. I've got some coffee. So, as Sweet said, Grizzly True Crime, sorry for that word. I had another YouTuber get upset if I didn't use that. I understand. Each YouTuber, it's their channel. They define their community standards. I'm just saying on this channel, you do not have to say schmurder and grape and unalive and all that crap, okay? You just try to censor the words, that's all. Thank you so much for your response there as well. Did I miss anything else? I'm going to quickly scroll up.
Is all of the information contained on State's Exhibit 182, is that true and correct and placed there by you?
Yes.
I will offer into evidence State.
You know, like I see everyone asking about why is he wearing sunglasses. Is it not obvious? Is that not a rhetorical question? That it would be because his eyes are sensitive to the light? Not? Or do you think it's just because he's like trying to look cool? I don't know. What do you think the answer would be? If you really ask yourself, you know, why would he be wearing shades in the courtroom? Ah, probably because his eyes are sensitive, hey.
179, 180, 181, and 182.
Your Honor, we object to 179 on 2 grounds. 1, it's hearsay, and 2, it is not the best evidence. No objection to 180. And States 181 and 182 we would object to as these are constituted police report. They are hearsay.
States 180 is admitted. Let me see 179, 181, and 182.
going to admit 179, 181, and 182 for purposes of the record.
Sir. Once those buccal swabs were taken, what did you do with those swabs?
They were placed in the evidence, sir.
Now, did you also document some of the evidence that was taken first? Did you document some of the evidence that was taken on the searches of the vans on December the 5th, specifically the van that what we call the arrest vehicle with Texas license plate GCP 0468?
Yes, sir.
And may I approach your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 188, 189, 190, 191, 192, and 193. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, sir, I do.
Have you looked at those prior to court today?
Yes, I did.
And are those all of the pictures that were taken at that time, or just a portion of them?
It's just a portion, sir.
Okay. And do these fairly and accurately represent items that you went through and took photographs of to document the items that were collected from the van on that day, or some of the items?
Yes.
From Mr. Horner's, the van he was driving?
Yes.
I will offer State's Exhibit number 183 through State's Exhibit 193 to the evidence at this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibits 183 through 193 inclusive are admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
And also may I publish number 180?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, it's backpack time. Okay, we're going to see what I think is Tanner Horner's backpack, right? Vonda Burleson, thank you so much for your sticker. I like that. Tracy says, let's keep it respectful in chat. You can use your block option if you feel the need. Thanks for supporting GTC guidelines. Yes, please. Just remember, if somebody really bothers you, you can block them yourself, right? You just click the little dots next to the name. So that's how you do it. There you go. Janet Murphy's helping out. You could block someone in chat by hitting one of the 3 buttons right of their chat. That's how you do it. Then you never have to see the crap again. Okay.
States 180, this was from the day that when was this taken?
Oh, man. Should I put him on the thumbnail like that? Oh, my. I do love unflattering thumbnails when it comes to these defendants. Do you remember the Tepe case that's ongoing? I put Michael McKee on the thumbnail also in an uncompromising position. My goodness, look at him. We need a trigger warning for this crap right here. What are we going to see now? I think it's buckle swab. That's what they're going to do, isn't it? That's what he just said. Okay, trigger warning, everyone.
Yes, sir.
the 5th, when the buccal swabs were taken?
That's correct.
Okay. And with regard...
And Caleb Flynn. Oh man, him also with a buckle swab. These one. Okay, yeah. I know they have to open their mouth. It's just the way they do it. Baby boy over here.
regard to starting at 183, this is what is this that we're looking at in States 183?
This is a evidence bag that was collected from within the van that he was arrested in, sir.
And does it have the date that it was originally collected?
Yes.
Okay. And then put in this bag and mark number 2, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going on to 184, what are we looking at here?
It's going to be the backpack that was contained in that evidence bag, sir.
And the other items that we're going to see in a moment are those items that were contained within that backpack inside of the brown paper bag?
Yes.
Okay. So does that have a distinctive design on it?
It does, sir.
And does it have an actual reference to, I think it's some type of a comic strip or something?
Dragon Balls. Yes, sir.
Dragon Ball Z, is that right?
Yep.
Okay. With regard to what was inside of it, I see some gloves here. Are these your gloves?
No, sir, they're not.
Okay. Where were these gloves contained?
Inside the backpack.
Okay. And can you describe these gloves for me as far as texture, that sort of thing?
Yeah, so it looks like a cloth glove with a rubber texture on them, a no-slip texture.
Okay. So cloth on the back, but rubber on the fingers and the palm?
The palms, yes, sir.
Okay. And are those now on top of the backpack as we're looking at State's Exhibit number 186?
Yes.
Okay. And I will represent to you, these may have been...
Objection, Your Honor, that's leading.
Let me hear what he's going to say. Go ahead, Mr. Berry.
That these may not be in the exact same order that you took them in as they're being displayed. Okay.
Correct.
So with regard to 186, we're looking at what here?
That's when I first opened the backpack and I was starting to retrieve the objects from within the backpack.
Okay. So then I'm going to go into 187. What are we looking at here?
And up close of prescription meds, there were...
Somebody was asking earlier, he said that he was on certain medication, but did they ever find evidence of it? Well, here's the answer. This is public record, though, by the way, YouTube. Okay, they're showing exhibits at a trial. So there he's got some medication in his backpack.
Located in the backpack so that we could see the information on the bottles.
And I'm going to zoom in. What is the, can you just say what the name is on State's Exhibit 187 as far as the type of controlled substance that it is?
I'm not a doctor, so my enunciation of this is probably going to be incorrect, but fluoxetine, I believe, sir. 20 milligram.
For purposes of the record, can you spell that, please?
Yes, it'll be FLUOXETINE.
And what was the prescription amount?
20 milligrams.
Okay. Next, we have State's Exhibit 188, and is that a different bottle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you spell the name of the controlled substance for purposes of the record?
Yes, sir. ATOMOXETINE HCl 25 milligrams.
Okay, thank you. Now, are these the same two bottles that were in the previous pictures?
Yes.
Okay. And does it give the prescription instructions as far as when to take those?
Yes.
And what does it say for the bottle for the fluoxetine?
To take one in the morning, sir.
Okay. And what does it say with the atomoxetine? Hydrochloride.
Take one capsule in the mouth in the morning, sir.
All right, thank you. Now, this looks, is this the backpack or is it something different?
No, this is what I consider a soft-sided lunchbox that belongs to that same cartoon or video game family. It's a Dragon Ball's lunchbox.
Sir, it's Dragon Ball Z. He's like Dragon Balls in the Texan accent, hey? He had a matching lunchboxy. Oh my word, for his backpacking. What? Anyway, okay, and I think the defense is going to go with some mitigating factors there with that medication, huh? Don't you think? They're probably going to have experts on for that. Blame the meds, right? Don't. I'm just saying they're probably going to.
And then going on to State's Exhibit number 191, what are we looking at here?
A cellophane wrapper containing marijuana.
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation that has not been tested.
What is it?
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Jury will disregard the last answer.
Maybe it's just some oregano.
Does it, can you tell me whether or not that is some type of plant substance?
It's a green leafy substance, sir.
All right, thank you. Now, with regard to State's Exhibit number 192, what are we looking at here?
The contents of that soft-sided lunchbox.
And can you describe what you see here?
Yes, so you have a bottle of ibuprofen. It looks like you have a thumb drive. There is a vape pen, a marking pen. There's a Coastal Cloud strawberry cream. I'm guessing some sort of something for the vape
Objection,
pen.
Your Honor,
And then
that is speculation.
Sustained.
That's fine. We'll go on to State's 193, and this is, where were these items located?
within the backpack.
Okay. And with regard to most of these things may be self-explanatory, but can you tell me what this is?
It's a vape canister.
Now, after you documented the items that were taken during the search of the arrest vehicle, did you also take some action with regard to the shoes that the defendant was wearing on the date that he was arrested?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Yes.
Get him, sir. Okay, sorry about that. And then, major sidebar.
Whether
Wait, there you go.
There are two shoes. There are 4 ties in each shoe. And I tried to represent the full spectrum of photographs were taken to be looked at by the people that were going to look at them into the future, including the tread at the bottom of the shoes, but also the sides in the front of each of the shoes and the back of each of the shoes. And that's what these shoes represent.
it's as the court to review those and if they applicable case law in Texas, that would be Young v. State. Relevant factors in determining whether probative value is outweighed by a danger of unfair prejudice include the detail of their size, whether they are colored black and white, whether they're close-up, as well as the availability of other means of proof and the unique circumstances of each case. Also, I think that's probably an applicable category.
Okay, I've reviewed states 194 through 206. I will overrule your objections. You may have a running objection.
Yes, Your Honor, that will include the
To
next
the-
the witness that testified later.
Okay, that's fine. Y'all ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh my, that was outside the presence of the jury. We didn't know because they didn't show us that part. It was just the wall, and then they started. Okay, so that was voir of the witness. Ready for the jury? Yes, jury's coming in. Okay, cool. Cindy said no one is making accusations that these meds made him do it. He did. He already implied it in his police interview. If you missed that, go check it out. I think it was yesterday, day 3. He's like, can you do some research for me when they're trying to ask, are you remorseful? You know, like trying to ask him questions like, hey, can you guys do some research for me? The effects of Prozac? He was going there. The defense is going to go there. I think they're going to go there. There's Athena's dad in the courtroom. This guy here. Ooh, he'd probably really have to hold himself back, hey, to not attack Tanner Horner right then and there. I kind of missed it. Why did the defense have a problem with the jury seeing his shoes? Did they say tissues were in? I don't know. What's the problem there? Tanner Horner was 31 years old at the time. He's 34 years old now.
Everyone may be seated. Mr. Berry.
Before I approach, Sergeant Yaro, you kind of explained to the jury. I noticed when you put on your glasses, can you kind of tell the jury why you're wearing dark glasses in the courtroom?
Yeah, so respectfully, they're not sunglasses. I had an eye injury on a motorcycle. I had a grasshopper at too fast, and it detached my retina. When they repaired my eye, it causes sensitivity to light, and so my prescription glasses are darker than normal. They are regular prescription glasses that transition, but they're just pretty dark. So I get this a lot. That's why they're on.
Okay.
They're not Oakleys.
I just didn't want,
And there we
I wanted
go.
the jury to understand why you're wearing your glasses before. So
Yes,
feel
sir.
free to do that.
Thank you.
Yes. Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
That's funny.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 194, 195, 196, 197, 198, 199, 200, 201, 202, 203, 204, 205, and 206. Do you recognize the items in those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Where did the items in those photographs come from?
The arrest van, I believe, sir.
Did they come from the defendant himself?
Yes.
Is that
Yes.
okay? Yes. Okay. I will offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 194.
Any additional objections?
No further objections, Your Honor.
Okay. Those are remain overruled, and the exhibits are admitted 194 through 206.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. And members of the jury, I'm trying to find out why this is so loud. So if you can't hear, let me know, okay?
Publishing State's Exhibit number 194 first. What are we looking at here?
Pair of black tennis shoes covered in mud.
Okay. And State's Exhibit number, let me ask you this. The first several photographs that are taken here, are those like close-up detailed photographs or something different?
No, sir. These are overall photographs to show the condition of the shoes when I received them.
Okay, so State's Exhibit.
Now I see why the defense didn't want the shoes. And I'm like, why do they have an issue with the shoes? Like, what? You want to object to the shoes being shown? They're covered in mud. Which could be mud from anywhere. Okay, the defense can argue that. But Athena's body was found in the Trinity River. Okay? And we went over the map time. I think we did yesterday. It's all timestamped for you, where we went to where they explained he had backed the vehicle in and gone down to obviously the water's edge, which would be all muddy, and put her body in the river. So, okay. And now that the defense has had a problem with it, I understand. Oh, you don't like that, huh? It's really covered in mud here. So it ties him again, but he pleaded guilty. He pleaded guilty. Anyway.
Number 194, 195, I apologize, please. 196, 197, 198, 199, 200, 201. Looking here, beginning at 201, are these a little bit closer up?
Yes, these are mid-range.
Okay. And you talked about them being muddy, but what else do you see here that might be of evidentiary value?
How far up the mud goes on the shoe, sir.
Okay, so that's one thing. What about the different materials used on the shoes themselves?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The next one, which is 202, I believe. And then I'm going to ask you if you notice anything on 202 other than mud.
Yes.
Describe what you're looking at.
The texture on the material, sir.
Okay. But in addition to this gray, lighter colored mud, do you see some type of a substance there on that shoe?
Your
Yes.
objection, bleeding.
Overruled.
It's a possibility that it's blood, sir.
And you see some paper down underneath that. What's the purpose of the paper that you have there?
It's a sterile area to work on while I'm putting the shoe down and doing the photographs.
Alrighty. And then now we're going to look at the State's Exhibit number 203. What are we looking at here?
The texture on the bottom of the shoes and how much mud the shoes are actually holding.
And is there a distinctive tread pattern that you can see there?
Yes.
Can you just, as best you can for purposes of the record, can you describe what you're looking at?
Yeah, it's like a ongoing up and down, like elongated W pattern.
And is that, as we go through the next few photographs, number 20, I believe this is 204, 205, 206. Do those appear to have that same sort of tread pattern all the way from the toes down to the back of the shoe?
Yes, sir.
And going back to where we can see both shoes, although there's mud on top at this point, do both shoes have that same distinctive tread pattern?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you asked to take these specific photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that, in your understanding?
We were looking for different patterns to match the pattern on the victim's face.
Objection, Your Honor, that's hearsay.
Overruled. You can answer.
You can say that again.
We were looking for a pattern to match the pattern on the little girl's face.
So once you had taken the photographs of the shoes, were you asked to go somewhere else and determine whether there were other patterns that you might be able to locate?
Yes.
And where was that?
I was looking for the patterns that would be encompassed inside the van.
All right. May I approach her?
Yes, sir.
I'm now going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 207, 208, 209, 210, and 211. Do you recognize those?
Yes, sir.
Where did those photographs come from?
Within the van, sir.
And who took those photographs?
I took those photographs.
And do they fairly and accurately represent what we're seeing there?
Yes.
I will offer into evidence states exhibits number 207, 208, 209, 210, and 211.
No further objections, Your Honor.
All right, those are overruled. The previous objections are overruled, and State's Exhibits 207 through 211 are admitted.
May I publish those, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm now going to publish State's Exhibit number 207. What are we looking at, State's 207?
We're looking at the side door of the van where you have the inside step that has a diamond plate pattern.
Now we're going to, is that the same thing that we're looking at, just closer up?
Yes.
Now we're looking at, let me get out of this part. We can see the exhibit number. Looking at State's Exhibit number 209, underneath the box there, as we're looking down, where are we looking at in the photograph?
This is the area between the seats and the cab that has a texture on the rubber floor.
Okay. And going on to 210, is that same location?
Yes.
And then going on to 211, what are we looking at here?
This is the texture on the floor in the back of the box van.
So this is the area where the packages would be kept, is that right?
Yes.
All right, so all of those, without repeating why you took them, were they taken for the same reasons that you took photographs of the shoe and the tread patterns on the shoe?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before I go any further, may I approach you?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you two exhibits. First, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 230. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 230?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what is State's Exhibit 230?
These are going to be my buckle swabs from the suspect, sir.
All right. And other than having been opened by the lab, does it appear to have been tampered with in any way?
No.
I will offer State's Exhibit number 230 into evidence.
And no further objections, Your Honor.
Those objections remain overruled, and State's Exhibit 230 is admitted.
I realize this just ripped as I was holding it, but State's Exhibit number 225, do you know what State's Exhibit number 225 is?
Yes.
And what is it?
The evidence bag contains the shoes.
Okay. And are these the same shoes that you took photographs of that were just admitted into evidence?
Yes, sir.
These are the actual shoes that were recovered from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
I will offer into evidence State's Exhibit 225.
Your Honor, I would object as the proper chain of custody has not been established for this exhibit.
Response?
Wait, not admissibility, Your Honor.
All right, your objection is overruled. States it's 225
Yes, sir.
is admitted.
Next, I want to talk to you about other clothes that were worn by the defendant at the time that he was arrested. Did you take those
the clothing worn by the defendant the time he was arrested, did you go to a locker in the jail and retrieve those clothes and log them into evidence?
Yes, I did.
And at the time that you did that, were there more further photographs taken of those clothing items?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Give me a collection here. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 212, 213, 214, 215, 216, 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, and 222. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, sir.
And are those photographs?
Yes, I took those photographs, sir.
Okay. And do those fairly and accurately represent the photographs you took, or at least some of the photographs you took of the defendant's clothing at the time that he was arrested?
Yes, sir.
I will offer State's Exhibit number 212 or 222 into evidence at this time.
No further objections.
Okay. The previous objections remain overruled, and State's Exhibits 212 through 222 are admitted.
And may I publish those, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Going on to State's Exhibit 212, what are we looking at here?
The locker that I retrieved all of his clothing from, sir.
Okay. And is this the locker?
Yes, sir.
All right. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 214?
These are some of the contents of the locker.
State's Exhibit 215?
With Tanner's ID, sir.
Okay. And does it have a name on it?
Tanner Horner, sir.
Tanner L. Horner?
Tanner L. Horner, sir. Yes, sir.
And does it also have a photograph?
It does, sir.
And who does that photograph depict?
Tanner L. Horner, sir.
Is that the same person that you previously identified as the defendant?
Yes, sir, it is.
$216. What are we looking at?
A pair of his Hanes underwear, sir.
Okay. And
Oh, no, 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 no. Gotta put that trigger warning up now. We're seeing his underwear.
217. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at the inside of the underwear with a scale that I was using to show the seminal fluid that's in the front of the
Objection,
underwear.
Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
Sustained.
And Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Don't make us stare at the photo when you approach, okay? For all that time, please, please. Are they gonna? Oh no. They're not gonna, right? They're literally gonna. In the whole sidebar, we have to stare at the underwear. We can just go forward a bit. You guys, stop it. No, and zoom in, camera person. What the hell? You're gonna zoom in as well? Really? Oh my. Okay, wait. I don't want to miss it. They come back quite soon-ish, looks like. Let's do this. That's better. Okay. We just wait for them to come back. Oh, man. In the locker. Remember they arrested him on December 2nd of 2022. Athena was abducted and murdered on November 30th. So he may have actually just taken I don't know, underwear off and clothes off and just stuffed it in the locker at work. So that could be clothing from when he committed the crime. Okay. Now we're back to it. We're back to it and there's no sound. Stop it.
You're the one who took the photos.
I've worked 200 cases since then.
Wait a minute, we're not gonna play this game. If you know the answer, give the answer. If you don't know the answer, say, I don't know.
Yes, sir.
We're not gonna go back and forth.
I do not know the date, ma'am.
It was done after he was arrested, correct?
Yes.
The items in the photos, hold on, let me make sure I have the correct. In State's Exhibit number 212 through 222, those were all taken at the jail?
Yes, ma'am.
They muted the audio and everyone stood up. So I'm thinking the jury probably left the room. Because we're not on cross-examination. So I think this would be back to Voire, right? Let's ask the witness about what the heck he's going to testify to with this underwear exhibit.
The incident in this case occurred on November the 30th, 2022. Do you recall that?
Okay.
And Tanner Horner was not arrested on November 30th of 2022, was he?
I don't know, ma'am. I was out then at that time.
When he was arrested on December the 2nd, 2022, correct?
Okay.
So if these photos were taken, you don't know for sure whether or not he was wearing these clothes on the day of the incident, do you?
Well, I would think that he was wearing these clothes, ma'am, and the reason I say that is these were taken off him when he came into the jail at the time of his arrest.
So if the time of the arrest occurred 2 days later, you don't know, you're guessing that he may have been wearing these on the day of the incident.
Yeah, I didn't state that he was wearing those at the time of the incident. I said he was wearing them at the time of the arrest.
Okay, so, Your Honor, I would object that all of this is irrelevant because unless they can tie it into any clothing that he may have been wearing at the time of the incident, then none of this is relevant.
Your objection is overruled. I'm gonna let it continue, and you may have a running objection.
Maybe we can ask Tanner, he's sitting right there. Hey, did you change your underpants and clothing at all between November 30th and December 2nd? Probably not.
Y'all ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Okay, so I read the room correctly when the audio was muted and everybody stood up and then they just started off again and the defense was asking questions. Okay. So the defense was questioning this witness just to see what all they're going to testify to regarding that underwear exhibit. The jury's coming back in.
Mr. Berry. Thank you. Go on. Go on to State's Exhibit 219. What are we looking at here?
Prepared denim pants, sir.
Okay. In all of this evidence, did you actually do some further processing on this that is not exhibited here in the photographs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you take, independently of what the FBI did, take some further swabs and things like that so that that would be retained just in case it was needed in the future?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with regard to State's Exhibit number 220, what are we looking at here?
It's a FedEx shirt.
And is this that same shirt in 221?
Yes, sir.
And then State's 222, what are we looking at here?
A right and a left sock, sir. Black in color with a gray toe and a gray heel.
And I am going to show you something that's already been admitted into evidence now as State's Exhibit number 223.
Do you recognize what we're looking at here?
Yeah, it's a drawing
And-
inside the interview room.
Objection, Your Honor, I don't believe that's been admitted yet.
No, it has been.
It has? Okay.
Yes, 223 is admitted.
My apologies, my notes don't reflect that.
No worries.
Just for purposes of the record, Your Honor, it was admitted during the testimony of Joe Westman.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
So,
Yes, 224 is not admitted.
Okay, thanks.
so 223, where did they say that that photograph was taken?
Inside the interview room in the CID office, sir.
It was at the same room that the vocal swab.
Sorry, this is, he's going to hurt me. Please help. That was when Tanner or Zero, whichever one he was in that moment, he said that the other one was going to hurt him, right? He's going to hurt me. Please help. That's what he drew on the board. And I think here he was trying to show them where to find Athena's body. Okay.
Swabs were taken in.
Yes, sir.
And at that time, did you notice this writing?
Yes, I did.
And later that day or the next day, did you come back and take these photographs?
Yes.
Okay. In addition to 223, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 224. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Is that a photograph of essentially the same thing?
Objection, Your Honor, pleading.
Sustained. Don't
Please
leave your
tell
vote.
us what that is.
Sir, this is a map of the explanation of where the victim was located.
The prosecutor's getting hostile now. Oh man, he's just like, please tell us what this is. Look at the judge, look at the judge. Everybody's feeling a little snarky today, maybe even a little cranky, hey? Connie Marie, welcome.
With regard to this photograph, is it representative of the same thing in 223, but just a closer up, more definitive shot of the picture itself?
Yes.
I'll offer 224 into evidence.
I'd object that it's cumulative.
That objection's overruled. States 224 is admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Dear Liesel said about the underwear, it is relevant if Athena's DNA is on it, which we haven't heard that. But it could be, so then it would be, right? Would be very relevant. All of this that they're showing now, they're showing, we did, if you missed it, by the way, in his police interviews that they showed, especially on day 2 and 3, that was long, hey? So body cam. We did see him when they left him alone in the room for a bit, get up and then draw what they just showed. We couldn't see the board. We could see him drawing something. Now they just showed us what he drew.
On State's Exhibit number 224, can you see this writing in red down here?
Yes, sir.
Would you please read that, what's written there?
He's going to hurt me, period. Please help.
Which is very ironic for him to write when he hurt a little girl, not just hurt murdered. You know what I mean? It's very strange that he's like, he's gonna hurt me, please help me, huh? Yeah, okay, Tanner.
Now, one further thing, may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Officer Amy, crime scene, did she take into
Did you see that? Did you see the judge's body language there? He just looked like this and the lights came back on. I like that.
evidence a box, a FedEx box containing, that was brought in later that pertained to this investigation?
Yes.
Okay, and did you then take that out of locker one and then bag it up as you see? Yes. And I'm going to show you the mark.
I don't know what happens to the audio. Wow. Okay.
That was contained inside of that?
Yes, sir.
You're welcome. Just skipped right over all that noise, my goodness. Unwrapping that box. So it's the Walmart box that Tanner Horner delivered, marked as, he didn't mark it as delivered, but he left it at the house, and he abducted Athena on November 30th of 2022. And inside that Walmart box was a set of You Can Be Anything Barbies intended for Athena.
Inside of that box, was there another box?
Yes, sir.
And is this the item that was contained within that box?
Yes. Yes.
We can do that, package it up after
Yes, sir.
we finish.
Final thing I want to ask you about, Investigator Yaro, sometime, can I have just a second? I need to look up a specific date. On,
Ew, he did actually say that, didn't he? Donna, Texas Red, oh my word. You said during his police interrogation, he said that he hadn't bathed in 4 days. Ooh, stop it. So then that is relevant. Not that we want it to be, but it is. The underwear and all that, the clothing. Oh no. But did he say that for the December 2nd one? Or did he say it on December 7th? My memory is telling me it could be from the December 7th one when he was in that jail outfit. Hey, then it wouldn't be 4 days, I guess. I don't know. Either way, this is so gross. Is it? Rexy said no, the December 2nd one. Is it? Let's hear some more answers as well. What's the consensus? There is someone says 7th. 7th. 7th is the consensus. I'm thinking 7th as well, but I don't know. I'll have to go back and check it out. Let's all go, not now. Homework afterwards. We can go back and confirm for ourselves, right? Shirley also said 7th. Yeah. Jodzia, you make a good point. 4 days or 4 days. Did he say haven't showered 4 days or for Ford? Yeah, another good point. Okay. All we know is he didn't shower often, right? He was dirty. You know what? It was on the 7th because I remember saying he looks stanky. And I wasn't going to say it until we had evidence of it and he said it him damn self. It was on the 7th in the jail clothes. Yep.
I believe it was May the 16th of 2023 was there an incident that occurred at the Wise County Jail involving the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe what that incident was, please?
An attempted suicide within his jail cell.
And at the time that suicide or attempted suicide, and obviously when we use the word attempted, that sort of implies that somebody...
Objection, Your Honor. Is leading and testifying.
Sustained.
No, because we talked about, how to censor words and creatively and all that earlier. That is the one word that I'm telling you, man, the word that they just said, That's the only time I use self-deleting as a censored option, because YouTube is like, whoa, that's their worst word, especially in the beginning of a video or live stream. Damn. So anyway, just wanted to follow up on that. Wow, that was May 2023. Interesting. An attempted self-deletion for Tanner Horner in the jail. Okay.
When you use the word intended, do you know whether or not the person actually intended to kill themselves?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Okay. With regard to that incident, when that incident occurred, were there some letters left by the defendant at that time?
Objection, Your
Yes.
Honor, it's leading.
Overruled. You can answer that.
Okay. Were there some letters left by the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And who were those letters essentially addressed to?
I believe there was a letter to law enforcement, a letter to his family, a letter to the victim's family, and an additional letter, I believe, to a clergy member.
Okay.
Or a pastor or something.
And did you collect those?
Yes, sir, I did.
And if you were to come back here on Monday, would you be able to identify those?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Interesting. So I wonder if they're going to show us those on Monday. Probably. Maybe the state can bring that in for aggravating factors. You know what I mean? Anyway, so, okay, let's hear the cross-examination. Here we go.
Honor, thank you. Sergeant Yaro, how are you doing?
Good, ma'am. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. I just want to talk to you a little bit about what it was that you collected and what it was that you processed in this case.
Okay.
So I understand that you processed the FedEx truck where the where the incident occurred. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you served the search warrant for the buccal swab on Mr. Horner in jail.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you processed the clothing that was in the jail.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's talk about the shoes and the clothing.
Okay.
The shoes and the clothing that were collected in this case were not collected on the date of the incident, were they?
I only know that those were the clothing that he was wearing at the time of his arrest.
So you don't know if he was wearing this clothing on the date of the incident, do you?
I do not know that. No, ma'am.
And you don't know if those were the shoes he was wearing on the date of the incident, do you?
I do not know that.
Okay. With regards to the clothing, when they were stored at the jail, how were they packaged?
How they were packaged?
Yes.
When I got them out of the locker?
Yes, when you got them out of the locker, how were his clothing packaged?
They were placed in a clean bag like they do every inmate before they put them in the lockers.
So were they all stored in the same bag?
They were all in the same bag, ma'am, yes.
So at that time, his pants, his shirt, his underwear, his jacket, they were all stored in the same white bag.
Yes, ma'am.
When you took them out, did you store them differently?
Yes.
How did you store them after you took them out and collected them from his property?
Anytime evidence comes to me and I put my hands on that evidence, it gets put in separate bags, separate evidence bags.
Why is it important to put everything in a separate bag?
Why is it important for me? It's
I just
important
didn't-
for me evidentiary-wise. It's also important for me so that I can label them correctly.
Another important reason to put everything in separate bags is to avoid contamination, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you had processed the van in which the incident occurred.
Yes, ma'am.
Part of that processing was collecting evidence from it,
Yes, ma'am.
and part of that process was collecting the floorboards.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so with regards to the floorboards, that is where some of the other biological evidence was obtained, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you would agree with me that it would be important to store those panels in a secure facility?
As far as I know, they were stored in a secure facility. They were taken to our evidence area.
And we want to have them stored in a secured facility and in a sterile way so that just in case something comes up, we have the ability to do additional testing should it be necessary.
Okay, they were wrapped individually, ma'am, like I do all of them.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as defense exhibits number 31 through 34.
Can you take a look at those for a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm here, by the way. I'm just taking myself off screen for a second. Mr. Grizzly's just here to say hi to me for a second. I'll be right back.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, on defense exhibits number 31 and 32, does your name appear as being the person who packaged that?
Yes, ma'am.
On defense exhibits number 33 and 34, are those your initials over the evidence tape?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that signify?
I'm the one that wrapped that evidence. I'm the one that secured that evidence. I'm the one that sealed that evidence. Those are my initials to show that that is, I want to say, my piece of evidence.
Defense offers defense 31 through 34. Sergeant Yaro, you would agree with me that there are some stains on the brown paper wrapping that exhibit, would you not?
Yes, ma'am. In the photo, it looks like there is.
Was the brown paper, or I would assume that the brown paper wasn't stained when you put it on,
No, ma'am.
and that something like that occurred while it was in storage?
I guess.
Sergeant Yaro, how long have you been with West County?
16 years, ma'am.
How long have you been an evidence tech with them?
In evidence tech, ma'am.
Or in working with CSI?
In 8 years, ma'am.
During that time, it's not uncommon for defense attorneys to want to come in and view the evidence, is it?
No, ma'am.
And when the defense attorney comes in and views that evidence, usually you have, the prosecutors are there, members of the sheriff's department will be there to observe everything.
Yes, so you're talking about an evidence review, right, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, let's try that
Hey,
again.
I'm up here.
It's been a long
I realize
week.
we all look alike, but,
Well, you have the same haircut.
there you go.
Sorry about that.
That was a good minute.
All right, so Sergeant, when the defense team comes in to review, or when a defense team attempts to come in to review, or when they do come in to review evidence, it's still important to maintain the sterility of the environment. Would you agree?
And so, let me get this straight. You want to know at that time that you guys do the evidence review in the area that we're doing the evidence review, or the area that the evidence is housed?
In the area that we're doing the review, you still want to put down the butcher paper, don't you?
I do not, if it's already wrapped, ma'am.
And if it gets unwrapped, you want to have that evidence placed on butcher paper, don't you?
So, it depends on the evidence review. To be honest with you, I have been through several of those. Not everybody opens evidence up. They want to look at markings, they want to look at seals, they want to look at chain of custody, so not every time. So,
All right, so the best practice, if that evidence is open, would be to place it on a...
we would put paper down, ma'am.
The other thing that's important is that the person handling the evidence has gloves on.
Yes, ma'am.
Because again, that evidence is still in play in a case, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And it could be that there's other evidence that needs to be tested.
Okay.
And if you don't follow those procedures, there's a possibility that...
Sorry. Did we miss something? You guys are all... I may have missed it. Mr. Grizzly was up and down here checking something. Must I go back? You guys are saying I should go back a little bit, hey?
Doing the review, you still want to put down the
I want a few minutes back.
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Yaro, I'm going to show you what has been marked as
Here we go.
defense exhibits number 31 through 34.
For everyone already heard it, sorry about that. Just went just like 2 minutes back. Did I go back enough? Debbie said go back, it was funny. Did I go back enough?
Can you take a look at those for a moment?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, on defense exhibits number 30.
You guys are saying more. I can go back more.
To his family, a letter to the victim's family,
We'll go from here.
and an additional
Which will help us skip over the afternoon break, so it's no problem, okay? Sorry about that. I'm always, if I'm on a break, I'm always listening. I'm taking you with me and all that. I was just a little distracted now. Because Raphael, my husband, Mr. Grizzly, was doing something with, I don't know, cabling, whatever, in my office. So I'm like, what, like, hello, I kind of try to, no, anyway. So let's carry on.
letter, I
From
believe,
here.
to a clergy member.
Okay.
Or a
That's
pastor
for
or
Monday,
something.
yeah. Okay, here.
Where the
Cross, here we go.
alleged, or where the incident occurred, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you served the search warrant for the buccal swab on Mr. Horner at jail,
Yes, ma'am.
and then you processed the clothing that was in the jail.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's talk about the shoes and the clothing.
Okay.
The shoes and the clothing that were collected in this case were not collected on the date of the incident, were they?
I only know that those were the clothing that he was wearing at the time of his arrest.
So you don't know if he was wearing this clothing on the date of the incident, do you?
I do not know that. No, ma'am.
And you don't know if those were the shoes he was wearing on the date of the incident, do you?
I do not know that.
Okay. With regards to the clothing, when they were stored at the jail, how were they packaged?
How they were packaged
Yes.
when I got them out of the locker.
Yes, when you got them out of the locker, how were his clothing packaged?
They were placed in a clean bag like they do every inmate before they put them in the lockers.
So were they all stored in the same bag?
They were all in the same bag, ma'am, yes.
So at that time, his pants, his shirt, his underwear, his jacket, they were all stored in the same white bag.
Yes, ma'am.
When you took them out, did you store them differently?
Yes.
How did you store them after you took them out and collected them from his property?
Anytime evidence comes to me and I put my hands on that evidence, it gets put in separate bags, separate evidence bags.
Why is it important to put everything in a separate bag?
Why is it important for me? It's
I just
important
didn't-
for me evidentiary wise. It's also important for me so that I can label them correctly.
Another important reason to put everything in separate bags is to avoid contamination, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you had processed the van in which the incident occurred.
Yes, ma'am.
Part of that processing was collecting evidence from it,
Yes, ma'am.
and part of that process was collecting the floorboards.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so with regards to the floorboards, that is where some of the other biological evidence was obtained, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you would agree with me that it would be important to store those panels in a secure facility?
As far as I know, they were stored in a secure facility. They were taken to our evidence area.
And we want to have them stored in a secure facility and in a sterile way so that just in case something comes up, we have the ability to do additional testing should it be necessary.
Okay, they were wrapped individually, ma'am, like I do all of them.
But my question is, it's important to have that because in case further testing is needed.
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Yaro, I'm going to show you what has been marked as defense exhibits number 31 through 34.
If you take a look at those for a moment.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, on defense exhibits number 31 and 32, does your name appear as being the person who packaged that?
Yes, ma'am.
On defense exhibits number 33 and 34, are those your initials over the evidence tape?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that signify?
I'm the one that wrapped that evidence. I'm the one that secured that evidence. I'm the one that sealed that evidence. Those are my initials to show that that is honestly my piece of evidence.
Defense offers defense 31 through 34.
No objections.
Defense exhibits 31 through 34 are admitted.
Thank you. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Yaro, you would agree with me that there are some stains on the brown paper wrapping that exhibit, would you not?
Yes, ma'am. In the photo, it looks like there is.
Was the brown paper, or I would assume that the brown paper wasn't stained when you put it on,
No, ma'am.
and that something like that occurred while it was in storage?
I guess.
Sergeant Yaro, how long have you been with West County?
16 years, ma'am.
How long have you been an evidence tech with them?
And evidence tech, ma'am.
Or in working with CSI?
In 8 years, ma'am.
During that time, it's not uncommon for defense attorneys to want to come in and view the evidence, is it?
No, ma'am.
And when the defense attorney comes in and views that evidence, usually you have the prosecutors are there, members of the sheriff's department will be there to observe everything.
Yes, so you're talking about an evidence review, right, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, let's try that
Hey,
again.
I'm up here.
It's been a long
I realize
week.
we all look alike, but,
Well, you have the same haircut.
there you go.
Oh man, so that's the moment you guys want me to see? Uh-huh. She called him Your Honor. Shame. And not like the judge. I'm up here.
That was a good minute.
All right, so Sergeant, when the defense team comes in to review, or when a defense team attempts to come in to review, or when they do come in to review the evidence, it's still important to maintain the sterility of the environment. Would you agree?
And so, let me get this straight. You want to know at that time that you guys do the evidence review in the area that we're doing the evidence review, or the area that the evidence is housed?
In the area that we're doing the review, you still want to put down the butcher paper, don't you?
I do not, if it's already wrapped, ma'am.
And if it gets unwrapped, you want to have that evidence placed on butcher paper, don't you?
So, it depends on the evidence review, to be honest with you. I have been through several of those. Not everybody opens evidence up. They want to look at markings, they want to look at seals, they want to look at chain of custody, so not every time. So,
All right, so the best practice, if that evidence is open, would be to place it on a...
we would put paper down there.
The other thing that's important is that the person handling the evidence has gloves on.
Yes, ma'am.
Because again, that evidence is still in play in a case, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And it could be that there's other evidence that needs to be tested.
Okay.
And if you don't follow those procedures, there's a possibility that contamination could occur.
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Yaro, I'm going to let you look at what has been previously marked as defendant's exhibits 23 through 28.
Your Honor, I'd ask the defense to specify exactly when these photographs were taken and under the circumstances that they were taken.
I'm not going to order the defense to do anything. It's their cross-examination.
All right, so Sergeant Yaro, you testified previously on direct that you had taken into custody a backpack that had Dragon Ball Z.
Yes, ma'am.
And defense exhibits number 21 through, or 23 through 28, does that appear to be the same backpack that you took into custody?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Does it appear to have the same contents that you had taken?
Yes, ma'am.
We offer state or defense 23 through 28.
When were these taken? Your Honor, the evidence review in this case occurred March 27th.
Your Honor.
Do you have an objection?
I object, yes. The proper predicate has not been laid as to when these photographs were taken and the circumstances that they were taken.
Objections are overruled. Defense exhibits 23 through 28 are admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, in defense, Sergeant Yaro, I keep calling you Your Honor. Sergeant Yaro, in defense exhibits number 23 through 28, you didn't see any butcher paper down, did you?
No, ma'am, I did not.
So if any of those items that were on the table had to be retested, there was a possibility of contamination.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Investigator Yaro, since you're coming back on Monday anyway, will you check on the date? that the
Objection, Your
evidence-
Honor. Leave.
Let me hear the question.
Would you please check on the date that the evidence review took place in this case?
Yes, sir.
And will you also check and see if there's ever been any request to retest any of this evidence?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, that's not a proper question at this time.
Overruled.
Will you do that?
Check. You can
Yes,
answer.
sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Anderson,
I have nothing further.
may the witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor, we intend to recall him first thing Monday.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Let me see y'all.
Okay. It looks like the court feed just ends. Is the judge going to stop the day early or what? I hope we hear it. They never let us hear it. They just like turn the audio off and then that's it. How would we know? Well, they ended the feed, so that's how we know. Okay, we're like 1 minute left. Charlie said, "What? I'm a couple of hours behind. Did happen, so I had to leave, but I'm back and catching up." Awesome. Thank you for coming back. It's always great. If you can't be here the whole time, which I know not everyone can be here the whole time, it's so great when you come back in when you can be here. We'll always save you a seat, right? Regina said, yesterday the judge told, well, he told the jury, not the lawyers, the jury, go to your room. Yeah, the judge is a classic. Putting on their jackets, off they go. Everybody stay in, please. Oh, my. I just really hate it at the end of every day they just cut the audio. Come on, man. Can the camera person ever hear us? Stop it. It would be kind of important to hear if the day is over, which I now assume it is. We have to read the room the whole time, which is fine. We can do that. What time they're coming back in on Monday? I would guess the way the judge runs a tight ship. Oh, 9 a.m., huh? Wow. Yeah, Wu-Tang Alex said if he's coming back Monday, it must have been the right? First thing Monday. Okay. And we'll probably have to, who do you think we're still going to hear from? Which witnesses? I mean, medical examiner? Huh? Could they put Tanner's ex, or I don't know, still fiance, former fiance, whoever, and brother and grandma on the stand? The defense might.
But
Still
not
can't hear.
offered.
There you go.
We would still like to just offer them for record purposes.
Okay, so you're wanting to offer 16 through 22 and 29 and 30 for purposes of the record?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so they are admitted for purposes of the record. Anything else we need to do for record purposes today?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay, everybody. Thank you. Y'all have been very good. We'll see you Monday morning.
There goes Tanner. Ugh. He almost walks out angrily. There he goes, strutting out. I'll walk on my own self. Okay. So Monday, he didn't just say 11, right? I just heard a mumble of 11. See you on Monday morning. That's it, right? Is it 9? We'll see. We'll see what the time, what the time will be. But wow, they ended early today. I'm not gonna lie, pretty grateful. Pretty grateful. It's been a very intense few days. Even though they didn't even have trial on Monday, this trial started Tuesday for us. Wow, it's been a very heavy and intense case, and I don't mind an early day on a Friday. Hey, not too bad. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. I really appreciate it so much. And I will certainly see you again very soon, right? Definitely Monday morning for day 5 of the Tanner Horner trial in the punishment phase. If you missed anything for days 1 to 4, then you've got some time to catch up, of course. But don't worry, I always, I see you most days. Most days, you can count on Grizzly True Crime to be there for you. So make sure you are subscribed, notifications on. If you don't find that these notifications on YouTube are reliable, you can always go to Patreon. Oftentimes the notifications there are for all tiers, including the free tier, right? Then I'll let you know if there's something happening, if there's breaking news, whatever it is, or whatever we're doing. Okay, I'll let you know. So thank you so much. Thank you, mods. Thank you, everyone. See you very soon. In the meantime, stay safe.